And let's jump into Unit 7. Unit 7 is interesting. Anybody get a chance to look ahead at Unit 7 for class today? A little bit, kind of, sort of. So Unit 7 is really interesting. And again, we're kind of taking a step away from our brokerage role for just a second, learning the whole business, the whole industry in pre-licensing. So as we did with Unit 6, we're going to wear a different hat. And the hat that we're going to wear in Unit 7 is our appraiser's hat. So we're going to talk a little bit about what the appraiser does, what their responsibility is. And there are some things that the broker does to help determine prices. So we're going to kind of compare our role, what we do with the appraisers, and see how those parallel and talk about those differences. So to get us into Unit 7, we'll put on our appraiser's hat. And let's talk about real property valuation. So in this unit, again, we're going to define some key concepts. So we need to define some terms about value and what those words mean. We're going to talk about some basic factors and how they can affect value. So when the appraiser is determining value, what are some of those factors that they look at? What we do, the broker, is the BPO or the CMA. So we're going to talk about the BPO and the CMA, and then we're going to talk about how that differs from an appraisal. And then, of course, since the BPO and the CMA is what the broker does, then we're going to make sure we understand our role and what we need to do. So before we get into the broker's roles, before we get into the BPOs and the CMAs, let's just backtrack for a second and let's introduce you to the appraiser and specifically the appraisal. The appraisal is the appraiser's opinion. It is their opinion on value. What is this property worth? Make a note of that word opinion. Does that mean another appraiser could have a different opinion on value? Could you have multiple opinions? Sure. There's no cut and dry with appraisal world. It's one person's opinion versus another. So the appraisal is just one person's opinion for a specific property. They're going to come and determine their opinion. What is 123 Main Street worth? Now they're going to use neighborhood information, economic information, societal information. They pull data from all sorts of places to arrive at their opinion. It's not just a shot in the dark. So they do gather data, but they're offering their opinion on one specific property. The appraisal, we have several different scenarios where we can see the appraisal. Some homeowners, before they sell their home, want an idea of what the value of the property is. So we may suggest they do a pre-listing appraisal, conversation to have with our sellers. If the homeowner just wants to know what's my home worth today, then we might want to consider suggesting that they have an appraisal. But in the real estate world, where we typically see the appraisal done is when we are originating a new loan. Lenders will always require the appraisal. They will always require appraisal. Remember, we talked about how the lender defines value, and they define value as the sales price or the appraised amount, whichever one is less. So they have to have that appraisal to help them determine to originate the loan. So the lender does require the appraisal as part of the loan process. The appraisal belongs to the lender, it's their property, but they do let the buyer pay for it for them. So part of the buyer's closing costs is that appraisal. That's part of what you do when you're ready to buy a house. The appraiser is licensed. They have to go to appraisal school. They have to take a test. They have to take a state exam. They answer to a state board. And then the appraiser, before they can offer their own appraisal, they have to shadow or apprentice. It's like 200 appraisals. So you got to really shadow somebody before you are trained to offer your own opinion. It's a process, but kind of like us, it's a license. You got to pass the test. You got to maintain your license. There's state licensing boards, federally regulated. We have a sample appraisal in Learn Test Pass. So I'm not going to look at it now because it's not going to make much sense now. But when we're done, we are going to go through and look at our sample appraisal and just kind of pull out the highlights. But so far in this class, we've talked about a couple different ways to determine value. There's several different things going on, and it depends on who you're talking to and what situation you're talking to. Back in Unit 2, we talked about the assessed value for taxation purposes. That is, the appraiser is going to determine that assessed value for taxation purposes, but it's a different process than determining value for one specific property. So Unit 2 looked at the assessed value, determining the assessed value. This unit's going to look at that appraisal for one specific unit, one specific property. By the way, did you hear me say that the lenders require the appraisal? So what if it's a cash buyer? Does the cash buyer have to have it appraised? No, it would be totally optional. But if that cash buyer starts asking you a bunch of questions about what it's worth, the best thing I can do for that cash buyer is recommend that they get an appraisal done. Our piece of it, the informal version of the appraisal, are BPOs and CMAs. These are typically used interchangeably. We're going to talk more about these, spending time about our role versus the appraiser's role doing the appraisal. And then the other valuation method that we may come across is an automatic valuation method, also known as an AVM. You guys know AVMs better as Zestimates. Have you guys ever seen a website with property for sale and it says the anticipated value or the AVM is X amount, the Zestimate? Again, it's a different process. It's automated, which means it's computer generated. A human generally doesn't touch it. AVMs tend not to be as precise and as accurate as the appraisal. So it's important that we understand, again, in this unit, our focus is on our role doing the CMA and the BPO and the appraiser's role of determining the appraisal. So we're going to discuss both of those roles and what that means to us, the broker. So coming into this discussion of value, have you guys ever heard the saying, value is in the eyes of the beholder? What something is worth is through the person's eyes. So if you have a house to sell, let's think about this. For the seller, y'all, this is their home. Blood, sweat, and tears went into this. Remember when little Johnny fell over there and broke his knee or scuffed up his knee? Oh, there's emotions, there's feelings. People have sentimental attachments to their home. To everybody else in the world, it's just a house. So right there, the seller tends to come into it with more value than the buyer or other parties. So helping the seller determine the true value. And when we say value is in the eye of the beholder, this is probably one of my favorite real estate funnies or comic strips. Your home viewed by you versus the appraiser. Check out the tax assessor. Cha-ching, that's what they see when they look at you, right? Whole bunch of dollar signs. So this just kind of reinforces that home value is in the eye of the beholder. And part of the big job of us is making the buyer and the seller come together. We're going to put them together in Unit 8 when we put them under contract. But also the appraiser offering their honest opinion. The lender has value. They care about that word value. And then, of course, the tax assessor, how much am I going to get? There's a couple different terms to start introducing us to. First off, market price. Market price are facts. What did this home sell for? I know the market price because a buyer was willing to pay this price. They went under contract at this price. They purchased the property for this price. Market price is the amount that the property sells for. Compare the market price to market value. Market value is what the appraiser offers their opinion. Market value is the appraiser's opinion. It's their educated guess about what they think somebody would pay for that property. Guys, always remember, we're all consumers, aren't we? We are all consumers of something. And if we go shopping and we pick an item up off the rack or the shelf and we look at the price tag and we can't justify paying that price for that item, we tend to put it down, right? We're not going to pay if we don't see the market value in that, if we don't see what somebody says they think it's worth. So market value is the appraiser's opinion. Market price is what it actually sells for. And the appraiser's job is to guesstimate market value as close to the market price as they possibly can. We mentioned our CMOs and BPAs. I want you guys to make a note for me. The real estate agent does not determine market value. As a matter of fact, only the appraiser gets to use the word value. Why don't you guys go ahead and just take that word value out of your vocabulary now, unless you're an appraiser or you become an appraiser. Value is the appraiser's word. So when you and I are determining using our CMAs and BPOs, what you and I are determining is not value. Brokers get to determine the probable sales price or the probable lease price. Y'all need to be very, very careful with what you say. So we're sitting at this listing appointment. We're talking to the seller, hoping to get the listing. And at some point, the conversation is going to run over to, what can you sell my home for? What do you think my home is worth? And how we respond to that matters. Do not look at a seller and say, your home is worth X amount, or the value of your home is X amount. If you tell the seller that, you just acted, you went out of your lane, and you acted like a licensed appraiser. My response to that seller is going to be, based on our CMA, I think your probable sales price is, and then I'm going to report it as a range. The appraiser gets to give a specific number when determining value. You and I, in determining probable sales price, is going to report it as a range. Same thing. Now you're working with buyers. And the buyer finds the one. They walk in the front door and say, this is my dream home. Let's write it up. And the next question out of their mouth is going to be, how much should I offer? And again, our response matters. And we need to say things like, I think the probable sales price of this property is, and report it in a range. Property managers. We can also use our CMAs and BPOs to determine the probable lease price. Again, reported as a range. So based on my CMA, I think the probable lease price in this area, this neighborhood, this subdivision is anywhere from here to here. So focusing back to our probable sales price, back to the broker's role, but focusing a little bit more on that word value. And this just kind of shows us, kind of introduces us to things that the appraiser is going to consider when they are determining value. We know what the three most important things about real estate are, right? What's the three most important things about real estate? Location, location, location. Y'all ever heard that one before? And guess what? It's so true. The appraiser could put value on a property on one side of town pick that property up and move it to another side of town or another town, the only thing you've changed is the location. But guess what? By changing the location, you changed the value. You changed what it was worth. So location absolutely matters. On the seller's time frame, how fast does the seller have to sell? Is the seller in a foreclosure or possible foreclosure or potential short sale situation? Do they have a sense of urgency? That's going to affect the value. You know, if the seller's got to sell fast, or if the seller is selling, doing what they can to avoid short sales, the theory here is that they're probably selling for less than it's truly worth. So their time frame, their motivation is going to matter. Various improvements. Have we seen updates? You know, if this was a house built in the 60s, but the bathroom and the kitchen haven't been updated, it's not going to have the value as if they just were updated last year or 10 years ago, for that matter. What kind of improvements has the property seen? Maintenance, just general well-being, generally keeping the property up to speed. Similar is the condition of the property. I mean, y'all, a fresh coat of paint does wonders, doesn't it? It's amazing what a fresh coat of paint can do. And it's amazing how that value can be perceived by different parties. You know, cleaning the carpet, you know, things like that. What are the condition of the property? The market. Are we in a seller's market? Are we in a buyer's market? What type of market are we in? What's our average days on market? What's the average in this market that the property is listed for sale? And how does this specific property relate to that? And then the various neighborhood status. Is it close to, what are the infrastructures nearby? Is it close to where we work, live, and play? Our grocery stores, our churches, other factors of the neighborhood. Is it in a subdivision with an HOA? That holds a little bit different than it might if it weren't. So again, this just kind of given us a very, very brief overall, very basic highlights of some of the things that the appraiser will consider when they're trying to determine that value. Let's kind of break this down a little bit further. And of determining these things that help us, or the appraiser, determine value, let's talk about some of those influences. And probably one of the bigger influences that determine value is the economic forces. What's our current employment or wages? What are the interest rates? The current interest rates. I didn't look this morning, but last week it was like what, 6.61. You know, as interest rates fluctuate, that's going to influence how much people can afford. I think we've asked this before, and a couple of you have shared. Some of you may have tried to buy a house during the pandemic, and it was a challenge if you tried to buy a house during the pandemic. And part of the reason is because they had historically low interest rates. They were down to 2 point something, 3 point something. They created that force. They created the buyers wanting to buy. Problem is, we didn't have the inventory. Not enough sellers were willing to sell. So they were trying to get buyers out there buying to get money flowing in the economy again. But when they drove down those interest rates, what they did is they made properties increase in value. They made them more valuable. So any of these economic forces, employment, you know, my Kernersville people, you may remember, I don't know how long ago, time gets away from me. But do my Kernersville people remember when Caterpillar announced that they were opening a plant in Kernersville? What do y'all think happened to the value in Kernersville when they announced that Caterpillar was coming? Yeah, it went up because now we got all these people that got to live here, right? So that makes the homes more valuable. Flip that coin. If you remember when Caterpillar opened, do y'all remember when Dell announced that they were closing their doors in Kernersville? Again, when that announcement made, what happened to the values? Now they're going the other way. Now they're going down because those people, we got to go where the work is, right? And if it's not in Kernersville, then we got to go where that work is. So different employment, wages, interest rates, all these are things that the appraiser trends, if you will, that the appraiser follows. So they can use their economic forces to influence value, to help them determine that value. Also some governmental controls. So what's the current zoning? And is there a zoning amendment on the table? If that zoning amendment passes, how's it going to affect the value? Building codes. We're going to talk about some environmental regulations, rent control, etc. Again, things that the government controls, various regulations are all going to impact value. Another thing that the appraiser considers is environmental conditions. How close are we to natural resources? What's the soil characteristics? How does this ground, how does this soil support various functions like building a house or a garden? Are we in a flood zone? If we're in a flood zone, we can expect to see some flooding every once in a while. And that affects value. So environmental conditions, environmental influences, the appraiser considers. Another thing the appraiser takes into consideration are social trends. What happens? The dynamics under our roofs are changing. Our population size, our family sizes are changing. The divorce rate is different today than what it was. You have things, you have phenomena happening. You have adult kids moving in with mom and dad. Guess what? You have mom and dad moving in with adult kids. All those social trends, those things that we're starting to see, those changes. I think I told you guys a few weeks ago. My team, we got 3 transactions out of it. The adult kids sold their house, mom and dad sold their house, and then both of them bought one house together. That's a social trend. That's something that we're seeing, a difference that we're seeing in these societies today. Another thing that influences the values that the appraisers are looking at, supply and demand. Now, we don't stand around in real estate talking about supply and demand. But what we talk about is a buyer's market or a seller's market. We talk about a tenant's market or a landlord's market. So supply and demand and how that influences values. We are currently still in a seller's market. It's not as strong as it once was, but it is still a seller's market. And what that means in a seller's market is that your supply or your inventory is low, but demand is high. I got more buyers than I do sellers. Do you think that affects price? Do you think that affects marketing and selling conditions? One day, I don't know when, but one day that pendulum will swing back and we will be in a buyer's market. And what that means to the economists in a buyer's market is that now inventory supply is high, but demand is low. We have more sellers than we do buyers. And again, do you think that impacts prices? Do you think that impacts the values? Absolutely. Absolutely. So just kind of getting us used to, kind of acclimated to some value terms, some things that the appraiser considers. I think one thing I've kind of said without saying it, the appraiser also has to be the expert of their market. They have to know what's going on in the market that they're trying to determine the value. They may have a wider scope than we do, but they still need to know what's going on or be able to access what's going on in this market, this neighborhood, because all of that information is going to help them arrive to their opinion of value. We'll get into specifics in just a bit. Do I have any questions so far? Just the general overview so far. Yeah, Kai, good morning.
Julie, I don't know if you remember this, but it was like some years ago when um I don't know if you're familiar with the area. It's like on the corner of Main Street in Acadia, like in the Washington Park area in
Yeah,
Winston.
yeah,
I don't know if you remember, but it was like a few years ago when they were building that Family Dollar. Like a lot of the residents were just like so mad that they were building that. And at the time I didn't understand why. Like it's just a Family Dollar, but they were saying that it brought their property value down,
yep.
and I
That,
thought that that was kinda interesting that
that's
just a
exactly
simple
it,
Family
Kai.
Dollar can
That
do
that
that.
one change in that neighborhood affected their value. And generally speaking, this is why there's public meetings before they change the zoning, because they want to hear from the people. They want to hear from everybody in the public and everything. But yeah, you're exactly right, Kai. Did it affect their value? Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but that was their concern coming into it. That was their concern of having a Family Dollar in their backyard. Now, as if you're familiar with the area, thank you, Kai, for sharing that. We know that it passed because we know today there's a Family Dollar there. And you got to wonder, are those people still there? Did they move on to a different neighborhood? Did they move on to a different market where they didn't have to deal with a Family Dollar in their backyard? It comes down to preference. But yeah, anytime you do anything like that, you introduce a zoning change or you allow something like that to come into the residential neighborhood, you can expect people to be concerned about their property values. Thank you for sharing that, Kai. One thing that the appraiser, several things that the appraiser kind of focuses on, a couple theories. One of those theories is the law of substitution. Again, you guys, we're all consumers. You may not be buying a house, but we're out at some point buying something, right? And as consumers, generally speaking, the law of substitution says that when you are faced with practically identical items, there's some differences, of course, but essentially they're the same. And when the consumer is faced with similar items, we tend to gravitate towards the less expensive. So the law of substitution says you're looking to buy 123 Main Street, you're also looking at 124 Main Street. There's not many differences except for the price. And generally speaking, which one are you probably going to buy? The one on the left or the one on the right? The law of substitution says most of us, for the most part, will probably gravitate towards the one on the right because we are generally dealing with same items and we're going to tend to focus on the less expensive when we have choices. Anybody do comparison shopping on Amazon or wherever? This is a good product, but let me see if I can't find something a little bit cheaper. So that's all around the law of substitution. Another theory is the law of conformity. The law of conformity says that a property will maximize its value when it conforms. And what I mean by that is when it matches its surrounding areas. Now, you may come across the home that stands out, the property that stands out. And I'm certainly not saying it doesn't have value. Of course it does. What I'm saying is it doesn't conform. It doesn't match its surroundings. So it may not have the same value because it doesn't match its surroundings. Has anybody ever been, and this is such a great time of year to do it, anybody ever been on a nice Sunday afternoon drive? You got the windows down and the radio up, and you're out in the middle of nowhere, this 2-lane road somewhere. Thank goodness for GPS, so you know how to get home, right? Right? Nice little Sunday afternoon drive. And you're driving down this 2-lane road, and there's like a brick ranch house after a brick ranch house after a brick ranch house. Everything on that road looks similar. And you round the corner, and bam, there's a monstrosity up on the hill. That thing doesn't conform. Does it have value? Well, of course it does, but it doesn't conform. It doesn't match its surrounding. So if the home is smaller than its surrounding, then it might have a higher value due to its surrounding areas. If the home is larger than its neighbors, then it might have a lower value. The valuation process, our process, would be a little bit different. We're going to talk about that. But I wouldn't be able to use the surrounding brick ranches to help me determine probable sales price. It's remember that previous slide, it said apples do not equal oranges. And that's exactly what you're doing. You're trying to make an apple an orange. And we can't do that. Apples are apples, oranges are oranges. So conformity says whether it matches its surroundings, how comparable to its surroundings is it? Contribution. How have the improvements contributed to the property? Any of the improvements made, any of the renovations, any of the repairs, how does all of that ultimately contribute to the overall value of the property? And again, values in the eye of the beholder. Some people see the value in a pool. Other people do not. I'm a big fan. It's your home. You do what you want to do when you live here. If you want a pool, build a pool. If you want to customize and custom build this and custom design that, it's your home. Go for it. Just understand the next owner, the next buyer may not see the value in your contributions. Does that make sense? I say do what you want to with it, but don't expect the next person to see it. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. So how do these improvements, these repairs, these renovations contribute to the overall value of the property? I tell you, nothing makes me more nervous when a homeowner starts talking about, we got custom built this and custom designed this and custom, custom, custom. And every time they say the word custom, all I hear is cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. We got to get everybody on the same page. Another thing appraisers look at is anticipation. How are prices going to change to some future event? Maybe it's a factual situation that's getting ready to happen. Maybe the zoning amendment has passed and it's just a matter of pushing it through the system. Maybe it is a rumor. We know how rumors work, right? Especially in today, social media. Do y'all believe half of what you see on social media? Please don't, right? How does that anticipation, whether for any future anything, may it be factual or rumor, the anticipation, again, back to Kernersville. If you've driven off of 421, Salem Parkway, Business 40, whatever you want to call it, we've got a new belt loop in Kernersville now, right? We can drive on some of it. It's very exciting. Y'all know how long they've been talking about that belt loop before you and I are finally see it. That belt loop has been, the anticipation of that belt loop has been 20, 30 years. Just the idea, just the thought that this belt loop is coming has impacted that area, influenced that area. Another thing the appraiser looks at is competition. I tend to think of competition more with the retail market, the commercial market. So maybe you have a retail center, an office park, a medical plaza, something like that. My Winston-Salem people, we know Thruway Shopping Center, right? Thruway Shopping Center is a retail plaza. It's got, I don't know how many different stores in there, restaurants. It's a destination, right? And let's say we're going to go to Moe's for lunch this afternoon. When we go to Moe's, what does Thruway Shopping Center want us to do once we're there? Yeah, let's go to
Dewey's.
Backroom Shoes. Yes, let's go shopping. Let's go to that little kitchen gadget store. We got to go to Dewey's and get some pink lemonade squares, you know, right? So the idea of competition says once we get them here spending money, guess what? We want to keep them here. We can use that competition to attract that one person. And if you're familiar with Thruway, you know it's a destination because getting in and out and parking is a pain in the butt. So if I'm going to Thruway, I'm planning ahead and I'm going to be there for a while, right? I'm not going to run in and run out. Maybe it was designed that way. I don't know. especially around Christmas time. I can't do Thruway at Christmas time anymore. I can't do it. But that's the whole idea about it. It's that competition is attracting. So Moe's gets me there, and the other competitors are going to keep me there, try to keep me there. So again, just being familiar with some of the appraisers' terms and the big picture here, you guys, is that they look at all sorts of things. They are the experts of their market, the market that they want to value, the market that they want to work. And they look at, consider all these things, various things in different situations. The one thing that the appraiser will always consider, that they will always study, is the property's highest and best use. Highest and best use, may that be commercial, residential, whatever. But highest and best use, every single property has one highest and best use. And it's the appraiser's job to determine if the property is maximizing its highest and best use. Like if this is a residential, if zoning allowed me to do commercial, which would be the highest and best use? And whether or not the property is maximizing or utilizing that highest and best use may affect the value. Keep in mind, highest and best use does and will change. We can see that no matter where you live, we can see that. Do we see commercial properties taking over residential? Do we see that one last holdout seller? Everything else around them is commercial, but you got that one last holdout seller. The question is, are they maximizing their highest and best use? So the appraiser will always answer the question, if I'm valuing this property, are they maximizing their highest and best use? And it can and does change over time, but a property can only have one highest and best use at a time. Questions so far?
Hey, Julie. Why do they have in the Thruway shopping center like four sneaker stores, like right next to each other, like the New Balance? And is that
That's
competition?
no, that's nothing to do. That's the landlord just trying to fill a spot, you know? So
Okay.
if you're selling
I always
sneakers
wondered.
and you can pay rent, they want you.
Hmm.
But you're right. You got to know what kind of tennis shoe you want, right? You got to know going in there, else you're spending all afternoon trying on different shoes. But yeah, that ultimately comes down to the landlord. Some will say, okay, we only want one of you selling shoes. Some will say, bring it, you know. So it just depends on the bylaws, the covenants, if you will, of the shopping center. All right. Take your appraiser hat off for just a second. Don't shoot it far. Don't throw it across the room yet. But just take your appraiser hat off for just a second. And we're going to come back to us just for 1 minute. Again, you guys, this unit kind of toggles back and forth. When I say BPO or CMA, that's the broker's hat. So what is it we do? Here they are. My CMA and my BPO. Once upon a time ago, these two were meant something different. Today, they're pretty much used interchangeably. So let's be familiar with both of them. Most brokers will call it a CMA, a comparative market analysis. Some of the older school ones might call it a BPO. Historically, the BPO was done for a fee. So an outside third party. You're not talking to a buyer or a seller. You're talking to an outside party. And they want an opinion on this property. And so they may hire a real estate agent to do a BPO and let me pay you for your time. You're not getting the listing. You're not working with the buyer. A couple examples of who might want a BPO. My former firm had a relocation company, and their headquarters was up in Connecticut somewhere. What does Connecticut know about the Winston-Salem, North Carolina market? Absolutely nothing. They could find us on a map, but that's about it, right? So if the relocation company wanted an opinion on a property, then they may hire a broker to do a BPO, get paid a fee. Another great example I had actually came from a post licensing class. And the young lady shared with us that she was shadowing a seasoned agent with her firm that she had affiliated with. And the seasoned agent got an assignment, got hired to do a BPO for a divorce attorney. They had no interest in selling the home, but they wanted to know what is the property worth so they could settle the divorce decree. So historically speaking, BPOs were done for outside parties for a fee. Make a note for me. Provisional brokers, soon to be you guys. Provisional brokers can do a BPO, but provisional brokers cannot charge a fee. So that outside third party, you can do, get with your BIC, we'll talk more about that. But provisional brokers cannot charge a fee to do a BPO. CMAs, again, historically, were set aside for the work that we do for buyers and sellers. It's part of our general brokerage duties. Remember that listing appointment you're getting ready for? Part of your preparation for that listing appointment is going to be to do a CMA. So when the seller says, what's my home worth? You have your CMA in front of you where you can discuss the probable sales price. Remember that buyer that found their dream home? Said, write it up. And then the next thing that falls out of their mouth is, how much should I offer? I'm going to answer that question by doing a CMA. Y'all never shoot from the hip. Never just blurt a number out. Never look at your buyer and say, well, this is the asking price. This is what the seller wants, and I'm sure it's close. No, you don't know until you do your CMA. You don't know. None of us, provisional broker, full broker, broker in charge, none of us can charge a fee to do a CMA when it's part of our job. That's just part of our general brokerage duties to do a CMA for the seller and the buyer. Could y'all imagine a world when we're at that listing appointment and the seller says, what's my property worth? And you say, cash at me $150 and I'll let you know. Is that the world we live in? No, no, we have this ready. We have this prepared. Now, I'm not saying you do want to do a CMA for every listing appointment because you know that question is going to come up. I don't think we need to do a CMA for everything I'm going to show my buyer, but when they do start expressing interest, price is very closely followed to that interest. So we'll be doing CMAs for our buyers on properties that they're interested in, that they want to make an offer. And guys, please remember, make a note for me if you haven't already. And if you have, it doesn't hurt to write it down again. I do not say value. Take that word out of your vocabulary right now. Start practicing now. What we say is probable sales price or probable lease price, and we always report it in a range. So the BPOs and the CMAs is what the broker does. It's not an appraisal. Don't say value. Stay in your lane. CMA, again, is the very informal version of what the appraiser does. And we've already said that the appraisal is one person's opinion. So with that being said, could brokers have different opinions on the probable sales price? Absolutely. This is why it's so imperative. Y'all, I'm not going to lie. When I log into MLS to do a CMA, I can pretty much make that thing say whatever it is I want it to. And once you get some experience, once you learn how to work the system, you can do just that. You can learn how to work the system. Are you doing an honest service to your sellers and buyers if you're manipulating the numbers, if you're manipulating the data? Part of your new agent training is going to be on CMAs. You'll get with your BIC. I know the local Board of Realtors, so Winston-Salem Board of Realtors, they offer CMA training at least once a quarter. It's part of your membership dues that you're paying for anyway. So why not take advantage of those opportunities that you can? The first few CMAs you guys do, your BIC should be with you, helping you, best advising you. So you have an accurate probable sales price. Because remember, a lot of our listing appointments are competitive these days. And so it's not just giving the seller a number, it's having the data to back it up. And that's what the CMA gives us, is the data. This is not just a number or a range I'm going to throw at you, but my CMA shows you how I got to that range. So the appraisal versus the CMA or the BPO. The appraisal is one specific property that is prepared by an appraiser. The BPO CMA is also one specific property that's prepared by the broker. And again, we got it built into our MLSs, so you don't need an additional program or additional platform. It's all there. Even when you've been at it for years and years and years, you're going to come across a unique property. And you know what? 2 heads are better than 1, right? 4 sets of eyes are better than 2. So if you can have somebody helping you out, go to your BIC and say, hey, pull this CMA on this and let's compare what you did versus I did. And let's see if we can't get a true depiction of that probable sales price or that probable lease price for our buyers and sellers. Again, remembering through the eyes of the lender, that word value is what it sells for versus what it appraises for. So if I'm the one controlling the sales price, don't I need to have an accurate picture? So again, the importance of doing our CMAs, anybody can do a CMA. The practice comes with doing them appropriately, with doing them the best that we can, using the numbers and the data, and not trying to skew the numbers to get the listing. You've done your seller a disservice. You've done yourself a disservice. So lots of training. We talk about CMAs and post licensing. You guys will see this again. The how do I do it is what you have to look forward to once you're licensed. And that'll come with specific one-on-one with you and your BIC. So now knowing what we know, what do we think? Which one is the most accurate information? The appraisal or the CMA? Who do you think is more accurate? A few people coming in the chat. Yeah, and the more accurate of the two is going to be the appraisal, because that's the specific number. That's the one giving value. I'm giving a range. I'm saying I think your probable sales price is between 165 and 180. The appraiser's saying my opinion is 168, 599. They're giving specific numbers. Both of us have data to back it up. Both of us have data to support it. So the appraisal is more accurate. And look, you might come across a listing. You remember that monstrosity up on the hill that doesn't conform? The best advice I have to you is talk to your seller about getting an appraisal done. I'm not going to be able to do as accurate of a CMA because it doesn't match its surroundings. So you might have a unique situation, a unique property that's hard for me to offer my opinion, my probable sales price, in which case maybe we discuss with the seller, consider having appraisal done So we get a truer picture, we get a truer representation. We said, can we charge for CMA or BPO? The answer to that is it depends. It depends on your status. If you're a BP or provisional broker, no. Make sure you have that written down for me, please. No. A provisional broker cannot charge a fee. Drop that provisional status, and you could charge a fee to do a BPO or CMA for an outside third party. But guys, remember, none of us can charge to do a CMO when it's just part of our job, just part of our general brokerage duties, general brokerage responsibilities. And that just kind of sounds shady, right? The buyer wants to know what they should offer, and I say, go get me some cash and then we'll talk. I mean, that just sounds shady. Just part of my job. Questions? Okay. Let's go and take our first break. We come back more in the appraiser's world. We are back. So I am taking attendance. Let's jump back into the appraiser's world, valuation. Next little section, we're going to focus on, there's several different approaches to value that the appraiser can take. 3, as a matter of fact. So we're going to discuss those 3 different approaches to value, when the appraiser might use each approach. And then with appraisals also comes a little bit of math for each value. So not only are we going to discuss when they might use those approaches, but how we can, or the appraiser can, in general, come to their opinion of value, arrive to their opinion. So first off, the 3 different approaches. There's the sales comparison approach, the cost approach, and the income approach. And we're going to talk about each 3. But these are the, let's call them tools, that the appraiser has at their disposal. The appraiser is going to use as many of these approaches as they can when they're determining value for specific property. But keep in mind, each approach is used for different types of property. So they may not be able to use all 3 to arrive at their opinion. So which approach are they going to use? Well, the answer is it depends on the type of property that they're appraising. The sales comparison approach is the best approach for single-family residential. Resale, single-family residential. Sales comparison approach. Resale, single-family residential, and land. So if they're trying to value vacant land, or if they're trying to put a value on a resale single family, then sales comparison approach will be what they put the most weight on, will be what they put the most, say, value into determining that value. The cost approach is the best approach for special use properties. So think schools, churches, hospitals, libraries. Make a note for me. The cost approach is also used for new construction residential. The appraiser can almost always use the cost approach. As we're going to learn, the cost approach puts value on the land, and then it puts value on the structure as if we were to build it new today. So the cost approach can almost always be used, but we're going to have the most weight on those special use properties. And then the third approach is our income approach. And this is the best approach for appraisers when determining value on properties that produce an income. So properties that collect rent. Think apartment complexes, office buildings, retail centers, back to Thruway. Anybody that pays rent, the income approach, the big picture says that the value of the property can be loosely based on what's its income? How much rent does it collect? So must the appraiser use all 3? No, and very rarely can, because if your property doesn't collect rent, then we can't use the income capitalization approach, which means they're down to the sales comparison approach and the cost approach. Again, the cost approach can be used for almost all of them. They're going to put the most weight on the approach based on the type of property that it is. Much of the appraiser's work begins, at least, in front of the computer. And it begins with them collecting data. They too, many of our appraisers also have access to the MLS, our MLS. They can join the MLS as an appraiser and have access to the same data that you and I have. But they also get the data from being experts of their market. They know their local market. They know, or at least can find the information to help better educate them about the local market. It's funny how little of their work is done in person at the property. A lot of it is done behind the computer, crunching numbers. Now, specifically for single family sales comparison approach, they will go to the neighborhood, drive around, get that market data. They may go inside, but a lot of their work is done collecting data. So we're going to talk about each approach, break them down, again, with our appraiser's hat on, and we'll compare what the appraiser does to what you and I do. And the first approach we're going to break down is the appraiser's approach, the sales comparison approach, also known as the market data approach. Resale, single family, residential, and land. And what the appraiser is looking at with the sales comparison approach is recently sold similar properties nearby. The theory behind the sales comparison approach is we can go in and look at comps or comparables, and we can see what a buyer just paid for the house 2 houses down. We can see what a buyer paid for a house across the street. The sales comparison approach looks at recently sold similar properties nearby. And the theory is I know what a buyer was willing to pay for this property. So based on that, I can use that to determine what a buyer might be willing to pay for this property. They're looking for properties, those comps are going to be as similar as they can. Now, keep in mind coming into this, no two homes are exactly the same. No two parcels of land are exactly the same. So this is why I use the word similar. Even in your cookiest, cutterest of neighborhoods, when you walk in the front door, everything changes. So you're never going to find, ever going to find an exact match. So we're looking for similar. And then we want properties nearby. Remember, location, location, location. So depending on the population, depending on the density, they might just look at a subdivision or a neighborhood, or maybe it's a half-mile radius. If you get out in rural parts, it might be a 3-mile radius. So with the sales comparison approach, one of the first things that the appraiser does is studies what's referred to as the subject property. The subject property is the one that the appraiser is trying to value. They're studying the subject property because that's the one they are offering their opinion of value. And they're going to study the features of the subject property. What type of home is it? Is it in good condition? Does it have the updates? Does it have the upgrades? Once the appraiser studies the subject property and the features of the subject property, then they go out into the neighborhood and look at comparable sales, also known as comps. And the comps show us a buyer was willing to pay $480 for this house, $450 for this one, $490 for this one. We can use those facts, those market prices, to help us determine the appraiser's opinion to value. Again, the theory is if these are similar and somebody was paying this for it, then they should be able to pay X amount for the subject property. What you and I do with the CMA is most closely related to the sales comparison approach. So when you and I are doing our CMAs, we're studying our subject property And then we're going to go look for comps. And remember, I'm going to report a range. So for example, making some adjustments, just roughly, I might look at this seller and say, based on the comps, I think your probable sales price is between 450,000 and 490,000. Where on the range are we going to land? Well, it depends. If you've had the updates, but nobody else has, then we're probably closer to the 490. But if everybody else is updated and you have not, we're closer to the 450. MLS gives us a history. We can see everything that's ever been listed in the MLS since it started in like the mid 90s. Now we're not going to go back that far to get comps, but one thing that's very helpful with the history are the pictures. And when I'm pulling comps, I can look at pictures and I can look at the seller and say, I understand your next door neighbor sold for 480,000, but they just updated their kitchen last year. They have a new roof. They have an updated bathroom. Do you? Well, no. Okay, so how do you expect to get that? You guys with me? So we can use the comps, we can use the pictures to help show the seller how their home compares to others. And you're going to have those sellers. They know somebody that sold for more than what you're trying to. They know somebody. Of course they do. Well, the guy down the street, good for him. Let's look at the guy down the street's house. Everybody with me? They're a 4-story with 2,500 square feet. You're a 1-story with 1,300 square feet. Yes, the guy down the street sold for more. And having this data, having these pictures, having these information, doing your research before the listing appointment makes you look like you know what you're talking about. We're not just spitting numbers out, guys. We're coming with data. We're coming with proof of our work, if you will. So back to the appraiser and the sales comparison approach. They study the subject, everything there is to know about the subject. And then they go out and find the best comps. Not all comps are good comps. And the appraiser will make adjustments to the comps to match the subject. I'm going to say that again. The adjustments are made to the comps to match the subject. Never, ever, ever adjust the subject. We're adjusting the comps to match the subject. So on further review of these 3 properties, I may find differences. Maybe the difference is in the number of bedrooms or the square footage or the size of the lot, the size of the yard. All sorts of things could equate to that difference. And so the adjustments are made to the comps to match the subject. And various things that we're looking at for those adjustments are the location. How close is this comp to the subject? What's the current market? What's the condition of the properties? That's the big one. What are the amenities and features of the neighborhood? And just the age of the structure itself. Do you think it's really fair to compare something that was built in 2010 to something that was built in 1960? That's a whole lifetime difference, isn't it? Building codes were different in the 60s. Building standards, construction standards were different in the 60s. So when arriving at value, we want properties that are similar to age. There's a whole bunch of comps out there. And the trick is finding the good comps. And a good comp, the best comps, are the ones that you have to make the least adjustments, or the ones that the appraiser has to make the least adjustments. The fewer the adjustments, the better the comp. So they may start with, I'm making numbers up, 12 comps. And now the appraiser is going to hone in and find the 3 or 4 good comps. What are the best comps? Generally speaking, if the appraiser can find 3 or 4 good comps, then that helps them better arrive to their estimate of value. So with adjusting the comps, if the comp is superior to the subject. If it has more than the subject, then the appraiser is going to deduct that difference. They're going to subtract from the comp, so now it matches the subject. If the comp is inferior to the subject, that means it has a feature less than the subject. So the adjustment to the comp is going to be to add. I have a little hand trick that helps us remember this, especially when we pick the calculator up in a minute. And I encourage you guys to try this specifically for your exams as we're practicing. So drop your pencils, drop what you have, and give yourself some room. You may want to push back from your device a little bit so you don't punch it. But I want you to take your left hand, make a fist, and hold it straight out in front of you. And we're going to call your left hand your subject property. And we're going to see your left hand is never going to move. Your left hand's going to go to sleep by the time I'm done with you. All right. So left hand is our subject property. Now let's say we have a comp that's superior. Our subject property has 3 bedrooms, for example. Comp 1 has 4. Comp 1 is superior than comp 3, which means it has features more than the subject. So now I want you to take your right hand, make a fist, and hold it straight up over your head. So now I have my subject property with 3 bedrooms, and I have comp 1 with 4. How do you make your right hand match your left? You deduct. They will subtract or deduct the cost of a bedroom, whatever bedroom's going for in this market, to make that comp match, to make that superior comp match the subject. All right, now shake out your right hand. Keep your left hand where it is. Is it gone to sleep yet? We're almost done. Now let's say my subject, remember, has 3 bedrooms. Now you're going to make a fist with your right hand and hold it down to your side. Now my subject has 3 bedrooms. My comp has 2. The comp is inferior, meaning it has features that are less than the subject. How do you make your right hand match your left? You increase it, you add it. It's all about, okay, you can release that left hand, shake it out. It's all about getting the comps to match the subject. And I really encourage you to try the hand trick. And I used to sit and watch you guys give tests. And I always knew where you guys are adorable. Because you will sit there on camera and be like, okay, here's my subject, here's my comp. I got, we're not doing this full-blown thing at the exam, right? At Pearson VUE, they may question you. So modify it in time where you have your subject, you have your comp, and we're going to add to it, or you have your comp and we're going to deduct from it. But if you always keep your subject hand on your left hand and you never ever adjust the subject, all we're doing is adjusting the comps to match the subject. So if the subject is superior, that means the comp is inferior. If the subject is inferior, that means the comp is superior. And again, the hand trick, because these inferior and superior things get a little what? So the hand trick helps us. I have a subject and it's superior to the comp, which means it's more than the comp. So how do I make a match? I increase, I add. I have my subject that's inferior to the comp, which means the comp has more. How do I make it match? I deduct. Now keep in mind, you guys, we're talking about the appraiser. The appraiser is the one that knows what the value of a bedroom is going for, the value of a square footage or a fireplace or a garage or whatever it is that they're trying to compare. I had an appraiser share with us not too long ago. We had one come to our sales meeting, and he shared with us, despite what many of us think, the appraisers don't come with a price sheet. There's not a piece of paper out there that says a fireplace goes for X amount, a garage goes for X amount, a bedroom, a square footage. So they have to use the basis. They have to be familiar with the market, with the location, cost per square foot, things like that, for them to arrive at their opinion of the adjustment, the opinion of how much to deduct or add to make up for that bedroom. Sales comparison approach from the appraiser might look a little something like this. And let's break this down. So the first thing we have here is our subject property, which is blacked out up here. But all the features right here are the subject property. And we can see over here the things that they're studying. So here's, let's see, date of the sale, let's see, location, site, design, construction, age, above grade space, basement, etc. So they've gone in and they've studied the subject property and they've gathered all the information about the subject property that they can. And then they go out and they find 3 or 4 good comps. The good comps tell us this is what a buyer paid for these properties 2 months ago, 6 months ago. And then they study comp 1 to the subject, comp 2 to the subject, comp 3 to the subject. And you can see here, this column are the adjustments that they are making to the subject. So for example, comp 1, the subject has a patio or a porch. Comp 1 does not. So how do they adjust comp 1 to match the subject? They've decided somehow that the patio is worth $2,500. So what are we going to do the comp? We're going to add a deck, add a porch, if you will. Same thing with comp 2, same thing with comp 3. So the adjustments are made to the comps to match the subject. And then way down here, the appraiser reports the adjusted value of the CMA, of the comps. So if I were to convert this comp to this subject, this is what a buyer would have paid for the comp. And based on those adjustments is how the appraiser is going to arrive at their opinion of value. This is awfully similar to what you and I are doing as well for our CMAs. The big difference is I don't know what a porch goes for. I don't know what a patio goes for, or an unfinished basement. And listen to me, that's not my job. If you want to know how to figure out what a porch goes for in this neighborhood, at this market, that's where you sign up for appraiser school. For your exams, when they ask you to adjust something, they have to give you that value. They have to tell you how much a bedroom or a bathroom or whatever it is they want you to adjust. And the reason they give you that is because we're not in appraiser school. I'm not here to determine value. So they're going to help us out. Questions on the CMA or the sales comparison approach so far? Adjusting those comps. The comps that the appraiser is going to use are closed comps. Remember, we're looking for, there's a difference in what the list price is versus what somebody actually paid for it. So when they're looking at MLS, they're specifically looking for closed comps. The appraiser doesn't really care about active listings. The appraiser doesn't really care about anything under contract. MLS does not report the sales contract price. They report the listing price and they report the close price. You will not know what it's under contract for. So because of that, the appraiser can't use things that are pending or under contract as a comp. And really, that's just to protect the seller. What if this contract falls through and they go back on the market? Now everybody knows what they were willing to accept. So we don't report the pending price under contract price. What about the broker though? The real estate agent? What about us? When I'm doing my CMAs, you think I want to look at active listings? what's for sale nearby. Why do I care about that?
To see if I want to put it on the, like, as far as helping my client. Like, okay, well, this house is going for 250,000. Why are you listening for 150? We need to go for what the market's going for.
So we can be competitive, Brittany, right? We got to be competitive, especially on your seller's motivation. Guys, to the seller, it comes down to time versus money. And if they need to sell fast, I need to price it to be competitive. So you're telling me you got to sell within, 2 months. I'm telling you, this is what your current competition is. And if you want to beat them, then we got to price it right. Other sellers will say, I don't care about time, just get me money. Okay. This is how long your competitors have been on the market at this price. So if you want to go this high, we can expect to be this long, longer, not as long, whatever. So it really is a conversation with the seller. You and I are looking at actives, so we know what we're up against. The appraiser doesn't care about actives. All they care about is closed. Another thing that the broker cares about that the appraiser doesn't, brokers, we're also going to look at expired listings nearby. Why do I care about things that have expired?
I want to see how long it's been on the market. Because if it's been on the market for a year and a half, then that means that people aren't buying these in this neighborhood. We need to do something different.
For some reason or another, at this price, they could not sell. And I don't know why, but what I do know is at this price, they could not sell. Expired listings are really good for sellers that think they can get more than what you and I believe their property is worth. Like, I understand the guy down the street sold for X or went on the market for X amount, but under that X amount, the guy down the street didn't sell. So if you want to sell, let's not price what they did. Let's not do what they did because they're the guy down the street. Does that make sense? So when I say we're going to these listing appointments with data and information, that's exactly what I mean. And when it comes to the conversation about what can you sell my home for, I'm going to whip out my CMA. We're going to look at pictures. We're going to look at these things together. There were 5 people in the neighborhood within the last 6 months that expired. I don't know why, but I know they didn't sell at this price. And that kind of gives us, y'all, I don't know a whole lot about life, but one thing I know for sure, numbers don't lie. And when you have that CMA, when you have that market data, what you're looking at is fact, is nobody's opinion. It's that factual information. So appraisers only care about closed comps. They don't care about active, pending, or expired, closed only. And the sources for comps, me and the appraiser both. It's all starting with our multiple listing services. So being a member of MLS gives you that search history, that database. It gives you the data. Some comps are better than others. As a listing agent, I've been getting ready for or potential listing agent, getting ready for my listing appointment. If I can't find what I need on the computer, I've been a good one to hop in the car and drive over there and drive around the neighborhood, drive around the area, put my eyes on the home. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, and any of you that ever look for homes for sale can probably agree with me. There are some talented photographers out there. Are there not? They are so good at what they do. Seeing it online is totally different than seeing it in person.
And that's so funny because that's how I felt about my home. I lived in DC when I got my home. So all I saw was everything online. So I had to get it through the phone online, you know what I mean? So I got it and I was like, okay, great. And then I sent my parents to come and see the house because they lived in North Carolina, still lived in DC. So they came to the house. It was like, oh yeah, it's cute. It's enough space. And then I came and I was like, it looks like an apartment. Like I hate it, but as you see, I'm decorating, so we're making it work. But yeah, I was totally shocked. It was not what the picture looked like.
So sometimes, like I said, I've been known to, you got to break away from the computer every once in a while, right? So sometimes, if you can, go out and check it out, see it before you get ready for that listing appointment. I think some photographers, we used to have one. I don't know why my agents used him, but I swear if they could find a tree in the yard, he was going to stand behind it. If he could find a crack in the driveway, he was going to focus in on that. I don't know why they kept using him, but I'm like, y'all, look at the pictures. These aren't these aren't good. So yeah, there's only so much I can get from the computer, right? But it all starts here. It all starts with getting that data. And same thing with the appraisers. Again, they're going to want to check out the neighborhood. They're going to want to drive around. When they're appraising for the lender, most lenders require the appraisers to go in the home. So the appraiser will have to make an appointment with the homeowner when they can come in and put their eyes on the inside of the property, the condition of the inside of the property as well. The appraiser, when studying, they do not use an average. They do not use an average. Instead, what they use is a weighted data. So they're going to put the most weight on the property, on the comp that has the fewer adjustments. So remember what we just saw, some comps are better than others. And the appraiser is going to put most of their weight on the comps with the fewer adjustments. I'm going to go back just for 1 second. And back to our comps. Just looking at the adjustments, don't look at the numbers, don't look at the specifics, just look at the adjustments. Which one is the better comp? Which is the best comp? One, two, or three?
Two. Wait,
Two?
one.
One?
The 485.
I would say one because we only had to make one adjustment. Comp two, they had to make 1, 2, 3, 4. Comp three, two. You guys see what I'm saying? So the fewer adjustments, the fewer adjustments. So what makes a good comp? The best comp is the one that you have to make the fewer adjustments. Always remember, no two properties are exactly the same. You're never going to find an identical. It doesn't exist. But what we are looking for are the ones with the fewer adjustments. So they do not use an average. They don't just add it all up and divide by 3. They put the most weight on the comp that has the fewest adjustments to help them arrive at their value. So we got bad comps and we got good comps. And what makes one comp better than another? It's about the adjustments. If there are a whole bunch of adjustments, remember, you start big and then you hone in. So the appraiser goes out to this subdivision. They find 14 closed comps within the last 6 months. Does that mean all 14 good comps are good comps? No. If there's a whole bunch of adjustments, we can rule that comp out. If, let's say one of those comps was a foreclosure or a short sale. If the subject property is in a foreclosure, then the foreclosed comp probably isn't going to be a good comp because foreclosures and short sales tend to sell for less. So the fewer adjustments, recently sold, nearby. The recently sold, most appraisers will tell you that they're going to start about 6 months. And depending on the market, depending on how many things have closed within the last 6 months, they may need to go out a little bit further to find closed comps. So maybe 9 months. They're not going to try to go much past a year. If they're going a year, wasn't the market totally different a year ago? Just in general, the market was totally different a year ago. We weren't paying what we were paying at McDonald's, what we are a year ago, right? So the market in general has changed. So after about a year, they may need to back up and figure out a different system, figure out a different. Also, when we talk about similar properties, again, they're going to kind of start small and then work out as needed. So if we start with just this neighborhood or just this subdivision, and there's not been a lot of closings in the last 6 months, maybe I go out a 1/4 mile radius and look at 9 months, right? You're going to make those adjustments, go out as needed. Start small and go big as needed. So good comp versus a bad comp, just because you find, or just because the appraiser finds a comp, doesn't mean it's a good comp. Step 1 is to study the subject. Step 2 is to find all the comps and then find the good comps. And they want 3 or 4. just depending. And as we've been saying, never ever adjust the subject. This subject has a nice view as a body of a body of water. Yes? Man, doesn't breakfast look nice there? But that's not the ocean, is it? Can I make it be the ocean? Can I adjust it to be the ocean? It's not the ocean, no matter how badly you want that body of water to be the ocean. It's not the ocean. You can't change the subject. You can't adjust the subject.
But boy, don't it look like you in Greece somewhere? I swear.
It's nice,
That's
isn't it?
beautiful.
This picture always makes me go, oh.
Yes, I want to just eat breakfast right now. There.
I don't see the champagne, but I'm sure it's coming. It's coming, right?
Oh, it's definitely coming because I want to sell so many homes that I'm going to have a house over there, in a very small town in Italy or Greece or
Yes.
or whatever.
Dreams.
Boy, can't wait for it.
So let's look at a couple subject versus comparable. Again, we're not doing big deep dive studies, but out of the gate, what's the difference? Just a quick glance.
Garage,
Yeah.
the
My
roof.
subject, yep, that's it. That's it. The subject has a garage, a comp doesn't. Let's do this. My subject has a comp as a garage, the comp does not. What would I do to make the comp match the subject? We would add the value of the garage. Now, how does the appraiser know the value of the garage? Because they're studying their market, they're doing their research. Again, they don't have a piece of paper that they can go to and say, oh, garage goes for X amount. It depends on the location, the market, the area, everything else. But just a quick glance, the one adjustment we would need to make, at least, is to monetarily add a garage to the subject. Now that we have monetarily added, to the comp. Now that we have monetarily added the garage to the comp, then we can say, had a buyer bought the comp with a garage, this is what they would have paid. We're making adjustments to the comp to come to the opinion of the subject. Another comparison. Again, at a quick glance, my comp has a body of water with it, right? My subject does not. The subject has something, does not have something that the comp does. So what will we do, or the appraiser? They would make that adjustment. Try the hand trick. I think it helps. So there's no body of water, there's no river. This one's cute. My subject has a fireplace. My comp has a flat screen TV with a fireplace roaring. Is that the same thing? No. No. Is that Yule Log channel we can find on YouTube? You know, that's nice, right? But it's not like sitting in front of a fire. So the subject has something that the comp does not. So the adjustments have to make. In this case, we would add the fireplace to the subject, the monetary value. So any of these values, with the fireplace, the river, the garage, it's determined by the sale of other homes with or without those features. How the appraiser arrives at that price is by studying the comps. So if they have two comps with similar features, very similar features, they can gather the cost of the fireplace or the cost of the garage or the body of water based on the comps. I'm going to say the sales comparison approach is one of the more commonly used ones. Again, resale single family homes and land. It's the basis of what we do, our CMAs and BPOs, that informal version. So this whole idea of adjusting the comps to match the subject is, especially those of you going into resale, that's the theory, the idea in that sales comparison approach. And just to make sure we're good of our different roles, the appraisers using the sales comparison approach to determine value. And because they are licensed, they get to report it in a specific number. The broker does a CMA BPO to determine probable sales price. And I'm going to report it as a range. Never, y'all promise me, pinky swear me, You're never going to look at a seller and say, your home is worth X amount. Didn't you just act like an appraiser? Are you an appraiser? And guys, when the home doesn't sell for X amount, who's the seller coming after? The one that told them what it was going to sell for. Everybody with me? So you need to act like a broker. Your probable sales price is X amount to X amount. And keep in mind too, that says sales price. That doesn't say list price. Once we determine what I think it'll sell for, the next conversation is what should we list it for? We want to list it. We want to give them a little bit of wiggle room for negotiations. So I wouldn't list it for the sales price, or maybe it depends on the market. It depends on the seller's needs and wants. The seller ultimately gets to decide what we list it for. And hopefully they're basing that decision off of our CMAs and BPOs. So that CMA, we said it's the informal version. It's our answer to the sales comparison approach. The appraiser does the sales comparison approach. You and I have an informal version, which is our CMAs and BPOs. Like we said, in my CMAs, I'm going to refer to what's currently on the market because that's my competition. The guy across the street has it listed for X amount. The guy down the street, over in the other neighborhood. We're going to look at that competition. Maybe it's within the school board, right? It could just depend on the desirable parts of that neighborhood, but how competitive are we going to be? And then expired listings help me to see prices that homes didn't sell for before they could sell. That listing agreement expired. And again, I'll never know for sure why it didn't sell. But what I do know is every buyer has a price. Every home has a price. And those expired listings tell us we didn't find that sweet spot. We didn't find that price to attract that buyer. CMAs, particularly with the seller, need to be kept current throughout the listing agreement. So we're first going to do our CMA when we're getting ready for the listing appointment. So we have that first for our listing appointment. We put the home on the market and fast forward 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, whatever, and it hasn't home sold yet. And at some point, the seller may want to revisit the price. Is the market the same today as what it was 4 months ago? No, things have changed. Other things have closed. Closed comps have fallen off our 6 months. So whenever we talk price, specifically with the seller, we need to be doing a current CMA. We need to be pulling current comps. And then the CMO BPA is a client level service. Not only do you get my CMA, my report, but the client also gets explanation of the report. This is what this means. Don't just hand them a piece of paper and say, study this and let me know what you think. Help educate them about what's on that paper. Educate them about what that's reporting. Have the conversation, have the discussion, offer your opinion. This is a client level service. The customer gets market data. Here you go. Here's a piece of paper. You let me know what you want to do. It's the difference in first class and coach. CMAs, the interpretation of CMAs as a client level service. I'm going to give the customer market data, but they don't get that interpretation. Questions? All right. Could a provisional broker be compensated for a BPO or CMA? You can shake your head yes or no. Can a PB? You guys are telling me no, and I would agree because the PB can't charge a fee. You can do a BPO, but you can't charge a fee to do. Does everybody hear the difference in what I'm saying? You can do one, but you can't charge a fee. What about a non-provisional broker? Now, can we charge a fee? Absolutely. Absolutely. That firm that I worked with, the relocation company in Connecticut, it was easy money. And I was like, yeah, put me on that list. There were several of us that were on a rotation. And when my name came up, cha-ching, because I was doing it for an outside third party and I wasn't a provisional broker, so I could charge that fee. And remember, you guys, none of us, I don't care what your role is, none of us can charge a fee when it's just part of our general brokerage duties. When we're working with buyers and sellers, that's just your job to do a CMA, and I can't charge an additional fee for that. What is the best way for the seller to determine the value of the property?
To get our appraised.
To get the appraisal. And why did you say appraisal? There's one word in there.
Value.
Because of that word value. When you guys are doing your tests, these test questions, when you see the word value, what that means is you have on your appraiser's hat. Head bobs? Value is the appraiser. Does the listing price have to be the same as probable sales price? No, and oftentimes it's not. I know what I think I can sell your home for. Now let's talk about what we're gonna list it for. And again, that depends on how this home compares to the others. That depends on the market. 4 years ago, we know we could sell it more, much more than the listing price. That's adjusted. We don't have as much wiggle room. A lot of sellers today are trying to sell their home as if it was 2020. And guess what? It's not. It's 2025. It's a different market. It's a different time. And as much as we want to go back, we can't. We've got to know what's going on right here, right now. So that takes us back to being the experts of our markets. Are we in a buyer's market? Are we in a seller's market? What's the average days on market? Being the expert of your market can help you have these conversations with the sellers to help them come up with
Where are
a
we
fair
right now?
listing price to get them as close to that probable sales price as we can.
Julie, what are we right now? Are we in a buyer's or a seller's right now?
Sellers, not as strong, but it is, the sellers are still in the driver's seat. Other questions?
Do we care if it's a buyer or seller?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Help me arrive to list price. Help me look at my buyers. You are not in control right now because it's a seller's market. But guess what? One day I'll be able to look at my buyers and say, you are in control. What do you want to do? It's a totally different conversation. So we mentioned the appraiser, back to the appraiser hat back on. And we mentioned the appraiser, one way that they may determine, for example, the price of a bedroom is to study the comps. The comps can help them learn the prices of bedrooms, fireplaces, garages, etc. So through the appraiser's mind, this appraiser wants to determine the value of a bedroom in this neighborhood. So the appraiser went out and they found two similar comps with one big difference. And the difference is the number of bedrooms. Comp 1 has 3 bedrooms, comp 2 has 4. Comp 1 sold for $250,000, comp 2 sold for $254,500. Yes, there are other differences, but one of the big differences is the number of bedrooms. So if we look at the difference between the sales price, that would allow the appraiser to better determine the value of a bedroom. And the appraiser may come back and say, based on my study of the comps in this subdivision, I would say that the guesstimated value of a bedroom is 4,500. Could that change if we went to a different subdivision or a different neighborhood? Just because it's 4,500 here means absolutely nothing for the value of a bedroom on the other side of town. And that's why studying those comps in the here, you're studying the local market, the local nature. Again, you guys, for your exams, I never want you to worry about how you're going to come up with the cost of a bedroom, because you don't have to. They will tell you a bedroom goes for $4,500. But this just allows us to see where the appraiser might come up with that. Fair enough? Of all the things to worry about, the cost of a bedroom should not be one of them. Cool? Cool. Let's take a break. We come back, y'all grab your calculators. We're going to do some sales comparison approach math. Make some adjustments to some comps. All right. Back, welcome back. So I'm going to take attendance. So we figured out better idea of how the appraiser can find the cost of a bedroom. Another thing that the appraiser needs to take into consideration before they make these adjustments is appreciation and depreciation. Appreciation is the increase in value. Depreciation is the decrease in value. Everybody good so far? Appreciation is increase. Depreciation is the decrease. And considering that these things sold a couple months ago, the values changed. You know, something that sold 3 months ago that's seen appreciation means that today it wouldn't be valued at $438,000. So one thing we need to do is figure out how to calculate that appreciation in this case, or depreciation. Appreciation and depreciation is always figured annually. So if we want to figure out what the appreciation was since it closed 3 months ago, we got to start with what it closed for, 438,000. I've seen 4% appreciation. So if I take 438,000 times 4%, I get annual appreciation of $17,520. In a market of 4% appreciation, you could gain $17,520 in value every year. That's how you build equity. Remember, we're building our equity by increasing our value. However, we've not been at it a whole year, have we? They just bought it 3 months ago. So we would need to take that annual, and you could either divide by 4 to get quarterly, or we could divide by 12 to get monthly. So my annual appreciation means that it's appreciated $1,460 per month. We sold 3 months ago. So I take that monthly times 3. And how much have they appreciated? How much have they gained in value since they purchased this property? We know they bought it at $438,000. If we were to take appreciation into account, no, then we know that today it would be that 438 plus what it's appreciated, which gives us $442,380. So the home that sold 3 months ago for 438 in this market, in a market of 4% appreciation, today is going to be worth $442,380. The appraisers will make those adjustments based on the appreciation and depreciation, because that's a better reflection of the value of the home today. Not 3 months ago when it sold, but today. If the problem said depreciation instead, we'd still figure out the 3 months of depreciation, taking that value times the 4%, and then figuring out monthly. But now, instead of adding for depreciation, we're just going to subtract. We're going to figure out if we're in a market of depreciation and it has lost that value. Now we're in a buyer's market, aren't we? Now we're in a market where the values are going down. And if we have suffered 4% depreciation, then the appraiser could determine we've had a loss. And if I want to find that subject property, that value, that subject property today for depreciation, then we would deduct. So appreciation is annual. Divide by 12 to get monthly. Questions?
Is it always 4%? I don't
Nope,
think I
that's
heard
just
that.
what this current market is. Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 8, right? All markets are different.
Okay.
So let's see. So that's just asking us about depreciation, which we did. The other thing that the appraiser that we'll need to understand that the appraiser will look at is cost per square foot and how we can figure out the cost per square foot. So we defined cost per square foot back in unit 2. I think we talked about a little bit again in unit 3. So the cost per square foot is just a way for everybody, builders, appraisers, even brokers, to help arrive at an opinion. And to find the cost per square foot for the appraisers, again, they're going to look at comps. They're going to compare comps to comps. So the first thing is to find the difference between the square footage. And then we're going to find the difference between the sales price. So I got 2 comps with 2 square feet and 2 sales price. So we'll find the difference in the square feet. We'll find the difference in the price. And then when you take the difference in the price and divide it by the difference in square foot, that tells us for this market, this location, at this time, the cost per square foot is X amount. So with these instructions, with these directions in front of you guys, let you guys take a second and study these comps. And based on what we know with the information of the comps, tell me in a chat what the cost per square foot might be. About another minute and then we'll talk about it. So while you guys are finishing up, I'm just gonna get myself a whiteboard here. So the first thing we need to do, step one, is to find the difference between the square foot of the two comps. So comp one has 2,400 square feet, comp two has 2,500. So all we have to do is find the difference of the two. So I take 25,550 minus 2,400, and I get a difference of 150. The difference between the two is 150 square feet. Step two, studying those same comps, now we're going to find the difference in price. So comp two has a price of 237. Comp one has a price of 225,000. Oops. So if I find the difference, I have a difference of 12,000, and this is the difference in my price. Then the final step is to take that difference in price, divide it by the difference in square feet, and what that tells us, what that tells the appraisers, what that tells the builders, anybody interested in cost per square foot, is that every single square foot in this house, in this neighborhood, in this market costs $80. That square foot's $80. That square foot over there, that's $80. The guy down the street, $80. Cost per square foot is a good way, again, for appraisers to get a rough guesstimate of how the home is built. Builders use this a lot too. They use this with their overhead. It's helpful for them to know how much construction in material, supplies, overhead, labor, the whole shebang is going to cost them to build $80 for every square foot. Questions?
No, but thank you. Okay, thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Don't yet. We're just getting started. So we'll see how you say in just a minute. No, it'll be fine. It's good. It's good. All right. So can I erase? Everybody good? All right. So we're going to do, I got two sales comparison approach problems, and true to form, how we do math in this class, we're going to do one together, and then I'm going to turn you loose and let you do one on your own, and then we'll share with you where you can get course learn test pass, you can get additional practice. So let's do one together. What do we do when we first read a problem? Just read. Breathe and read, read and breathe. So I got a subject property does not have a fireplace, but they do have a garage. A comparable property sold for $198,000 is similar, except that it does have a fireplace and no garage. The appraiser estimates the garage contributes $12,000 of value and a fireplace contributes $3,000. The adjusted sales price of the comp home, rounded to the nearest thousands, is. Whenever I do the sales comparison approach, I first like to set myself up something very similar to what we just saw when we looked at that sales comparison approach data. So I'm going to create rows and columns, and I got my subject property. In this case, I only have one comp, and the features I'm going to look at are the fireplace and the garage. So my subject property does not have a fireplace, but it does have a garage. My comp sold for $198,000, and it's similar except that it has a fireplace and it does not have a garage. I think taking the time and setting yourself up with rows and columns is much easier to interpret this problem than just reading it over and over and over again. What do you guys think so far? Can we see the benefit of taking just a few minutes and laying it out so we can see what it is that we're comparing? So let's start with the fireplace. Do our little hand trick. The subject does not have a fireplace, but the comp does. Is the comp inferior or superior to the subject? It is inferior. My subject does not have a fireplace, but my comp does. What am I going to do to make my comp match my subject? I'm going to deduct the cost of a fireplace. Back to the problem. The problem tells me that the cost for this home, this market, this location, the cost of a fireplace is $3,000. So we're going to deduct that from what the buyer paid. Now I have a garage. Remember, my left hand is my subject, and I'm never, ever, ever going to adjust my subject. So my subject has a garage, but the comp does not. What am I going to do to make my comp match my subject? I'm going to add. I'm going to add the cost of a garage. And again, if I go back to the problem, the appraiser has determined that a garage is going for $12,000. So I take the original price of $198, add the garage and deduct the fireplace. So based on the sales comparison approach, based on what a buyer was willing to pay for this property and making the adjustments to the comp, the appraiser could determine the value of the subject at $207,000. Adjusted the comp to match the subject. Never, ever, ever adjust the subject. Always adjust the comps to match the subject. So in this case, our answer would be C. Questions? Can I erase? You guys get to do one now. Tell me in a chat, A, B, C, or D. We'll come back together and talk about all this in just in a few minutes. In a minute, and then we'll talk about it. So what do we do first? Just read. You guys good if I skip that part? Because I know you did. Save us a few minutes. Okay, we know what's in the problem, right? All right. So I've read the problem. We'll pretend. And now we can kind of set ourselves up. So I got comp 1. I got comp 2. I got comp 3. And I have comp 4. The problem tells me comp A, B, C, or D, whatever. Comp A sold for 73,000. Comp B sold for 74. Comp C was 62. And then D was 71. So far, we've just taken the basis of the problem and put it into nice, neat rows and columns where we can kind of see what it is we're looking at. Questions so far?
We got a 0. That's about it.
Did I forget a 0? Yep, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. One comp at a time. So comp A, I have my subject property. Comp A has positive features. What do I do to make my comp match my subject? I deduct. So from that 73,000, we're going to deduct, we're going to take away those positive features. And now we have an adjusted value of comp 1 or A of $70,000. Comp B also has positive features. So again, I have my subject and comp B is positive. It's superior. It has more than the subject. What do I do to make my comp match my subject? Again, we're going to deduct those positive features, 2,000. So there's 74, so that's got me at 72. Comp 3 has negative features. So I got my subject property, and then my comp is less than, it's inferior to the subject. So how do I make a match? What do? I add. So we're going to add that 3,500. And that gives me an adjusted value for comp C of 6,500. And then lastly, D, again, positive features. So how do I make it match? I deduct. Y'all liking the hand trick? I highly recommend the hand trick. So I'm going to deduct the 5,000 from the 71, which gives me an adjusted value of 66,000. So what we've done is we looked at what these comps sold for. We know the market price. We know what a buyer was willing to pay for comps A, B, C, and D. We made a couple adjustments, and now what the appraiser's thinking is now that we've adjusted the comps, this is what the buyer would be willing to pay for the subject property. It's not asking me for a specific number, though. This problem's asking me for a range. So you and I would report the range from the lowest number to the highest. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, based on my CMA, I think your probable sales price is going to be between 65,500 and 72,000. Where on the range are we going to look? Well, let's go back to the comps and look at the features, look at the pictures. Let's see if your home in general is better than the comps. I could get you closer to the 72. If it's not, we're closer to the 65.5. So the answer we were looking for here is C. Questions on this? That's a very common, and that's why I recommend the hand trick. I really do, because this wording, I mean, we see positive and our brain thinks add, but the hand trick allows me to see I'm doing the opposite. Thank you for sharing. I do recommend the hand trick. And like I said, once you guys do this a few times, you won't have this full-blown version on your exams. You can kind of modify it a little bit, you know, but getting the idea of that hand trick. Let's go back in time just for a minute. And back in unit 3, we were talking about seller net. And we were asking the seller, or the seller was asking us, what can you sell my house for? In order for me to net 50,000, what do you have to sell my home for? So when we did seller net, we came up with a sales price. In order for the seller to net X amount, I have to sell their home for X amount. Now we're going to take that information and see how it relates to our CMAs. So let's say, for example, we did the seller net and we determine that in order for the seller to net X amount, I got to sell their home for at least $85,000. I do my CMAs. Am I in pretty good shape? You think I can sell their home for 85? No. So before we commit to the price, before we look at the seller and say, oh yeah, I can do 85, do your comps. Look at those CMAs and see if the neighborhood will support that sales price. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, based on my market studies, I don't think I can sell your home for 85. That's not a realistic price for this market, this neighborhood, this time. Cool. Does that make sense? So just because I've come up with a probable sales price, it's not over yet. Now we're looking at how that probable sales price falls into our seller's range. You know, if I calculate the seller net sales price and I come up with, I don't know, 55, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I feel very confident that I can sell your home for at least $55,000, if not more, and get you more money. It's the start of the conversation, and the CMA, again, you guys, the CMA is the facts. The CMA are the numbers, and that's what gives us the facts. That's what gives us the information. Questions on sales comparison approach? And you got practice and learn, test, pass. So you can practice adjusting those comps. Another approach that the appraiser may take is the income producing property, the income capitalization approach, also known as the direct capital approach. The income capitalization approach, direct capitalization approach, is for properties that produce an income, properties that collect rent, apartment complexes, office buildings, medical parks, retail, back to Thruway, mall. Anybody that collects rent, the appraiser can use the income capitalization approach. And the theory behind this approach says that the value of the property can be based loosely off of how much rent it collects. What's the current rental market? And the rental market is like the sales market, it fluctuates. Rent goes up, rent goes down. It fluctuates with the economy. So what's your home worth, or what's this income producing property worth today? Well, the answer is going to be loosely off how much rent do you collect. I got a formula for the income capitalization approach that we just need to know. I haven't figured out the T-bar yet. You guys go ahead and write this down, and then we'll talk about what all this means. So income capitalization approach math is actually going to be 2 steps. Step 1 is going to be find the net operating income. So first off, let's talk about the formula that we need to find the net operating income. Make a note for me. Income capitalization math is always solved annually. So when they give you monthly numbers, what are we going to do? Multiply by 12. Did you hear me say when they give you monthly numbers? So be on alert for that. They will give you monthly numbers. So when we see that, we need to multiply by 12 to get annual. Net operating income formula starts with the potential gross income, also known as the PGI. The PGI is the dream. If I were collecting rent 100% of the time, all of my units are occupied and all my tenants pay every time on time. Sounds nice, doesn't it? The PGI is the dream. What's the most rent I can collect this year from this income producing property? From my PGI, the truth is we have vacancies, we have collection losses. Sometimes we've got to take tenants to court. So from my PGI, we're going to deduct our vacancy and collection losses. And that gives us our effective gross income, or our EGI. If the PGI is the dream, the EGI is the reality. The PGI says, what's the max I can collect on this income producing property this year? The EGI is how much I'm actually collecting. From the EGI, we deduct our annual operating expenses. Annual operating expenses are the expenses you need to operate your business: maintenance, janitorial, administrative, management fees, landscaping, lawnscaping. We're going to see in a few minutes things that are not operating expenses. But let's just say anything other than that is going to be considered an operating expense, again, calculated annually. So from our EGI, we deduct operating expenses, and that gives the appraiser, that also gives the investor their net operating income. And the net operating income is the profitability of this income producing property. It's my income after paying my expenses. I've collected rent. Now I got to pay my bills. What do I have left? And what I have left is my net operating income. Does everybody have this jotted down? We're going to put this on a flashcard. Yes, so we can memorize this formula. One more thing about operating expenses. We said there's things that they could be. Specifically, operating expenses are not depreciation, your debt service, and capital improvements. So I'll say for our purposes, if you don't see depreciation, debt service, or capital improvement, then it will calculate, it will figure as operating expenses. Remind me what my debt service is.
It's your principal and interest.
Your P&I, yep, your principal and interest is your debt service. So when we're doing these income capitalization approach problems and we see depreciation, debt service, or capital improvements, those are distractors. What do we do with distractors? Check them off to the side. I'm going to go back
Can you
just for 1
repeat the
second.
question again? Because I got lost for a second. What did you Brittany say?
Principal and interest is your debt service. So if I can go back just for 1 second, back to our formula. Again, these are two-part formulas. Now that we have our net operating income, now we can use a T-bar. So the second step, we've got our net operating income. So now we can look at our net operating income as part of our value, and also looking at something called the capitalization rate that we will see on the next slide. I just want to get the formulas in front of us right now. So once we find that net operating income, then we can use our T-bar. Rate or percent always goes where? Always goes in the bottom right. Don't. You don't have to think about that. Capitalization rate goes on the bottom right. Net operating income is part of value. For the most part, you will be given the cap rate. You will be given the information that you need to find NOI, and the problem is going to ask you for the value. So it's 2 steps. Step 1, you got to find the NOI. And then step 2, we will use that to find the value. You may see some practice problems that ask for the cap rate and give you the value, but it all still works the same. Everybody have your formulas written down. So far, so good? So that capitalization rate, let's talk a little bit about that. This depends on the market. It's going to fluctuate on the market. And the capitalization rate is something that the investor looks at, and it's their rate of return. The investor wants to know, if I buy this income producing property, how many months or how many years do I have to collect rent to get my money back? And that gives them an idea of their capitalization rate. And it can vary on the market. It could vary on the investor. Let's say you're new to the investor game, to the investor world, and you have one investment property in your portfolio. All your eggs are in that one basket, right? So if the tenant moves out and not paying rent, how much are you making? 0. You may have a higher capitalization rate. You may need a higher rate of return because all of your eggs are in that one basket. Now you add to your portfolio, and now you have 20 investment properties. One tenant doesn't pay rent this month. Oh, well, I have 19 others to back me up. Does this make sense? So it's going to be up to the investor what they want their rate of return to be. It's also going to depend on the market, various conditions, but ultimately it's up to the investor with their rate of return. So income capitalization approach math, we're going to use the formulas that we just looked at. Again, we're going to do one together, and then we're going to let you do one. And then we will know that there's practice, extra practice, and learn, test, pass. So the one together. I got a property with a gross market income of $56,000. Vacancy and collection losses are estimated at 8%. And then the following expenses have been charged. I got management, maintenance and repairs, depreciation, interest, and repair reserve. The question wants to know what's the value of the property if the cap rate is 16%. This investor's got some big dreams, but I say dream, right? For these, by the way, you guys, let me say something else. You need to be on the lookout for words like duplex, triplex, and quadplex. How many units are in a duplex? How many units are in a triplex? How many units are in a quadplex? So if you have a quadplex, you're collecting rent 4 times. Everybody with me? So you need to look at those words. That matters. So first off, when I see these problems, for me, it's helpful to kind of start with where I want to end. And what I mean by that is to figure out what I'm solving for. I know I'm being asked to find value. I know I have a capitalization rate of 16%. The only other piece I need for my T-bar is the net operating income. And I don't have my net operating income, but I have the information that I need to find it. So now we go back to our formula. I have a potential gross income. What's the most I can make on this property this year? $56,000. We can expect some vacancy and collection losses. Even your perfect tenant moves out sometimes. So from that 56,000, we're going to deduct 8%. So I take 56,000 minus 8%, and that gives me how much I'm actually collecting. So again, the PGI is my dream. In a perfect world, this is how much rent I could collect on this property this year. Do we live in a perfect world? No. So then my EGI gives me my reality. 8% of the time I'm going to have a tenant not pay, or I may have to take them to court for lack of payment, collection losses, whatever. So an estimate of 8%. I just deducted that from my PGI to get an EGI or a reality of $51,520. Questions so far? Now I got to figure out my operating expenses. So I got a management fee, I got maintenance and repairs, I got depreciation. You guys are shaking your head no, because depreciation is not calculated in operating expenses. I also have interest. Again, you guys are shaking your head no. They're called distractors. What is a distractor's job? To distract you. So knowing the formulas, knowing what counts, what doesn't count. And then I got some money set aside for repairs, because there's a good chance something's going to break this year. I don't know what, but there's a good chance that something will. So when I add up my management fees, my repairs, and my maintenance and repairs, and my repair reserve, I get operating expense. Make sure that's right. 3,500 and 1,540. I get operating expenses of $7,040. Operating expenses. Questions on how I got the $7,040? I looked at my operating expenses. Then the last step is deduct my operating expenses from my EGI, and that gives me my net operating income of $44,480. So once I collect rent and I pay my operating expenses, how much is left for me? That's my net operating income of $44,480, and that is the missing piece of my T-bar. That fourth line in the T-bar means divide. So we take 44,480 divided by 16%, and we get value of 278,000. So what the income capitalization approach says is, based on the rent I collect and my expenses, we can determine that the value of this property is $278,000. Yeah, Ebony.
I was just curious, where did the 16% come from? Is it
It came from the
a
property.
prompt? Okay. So so that's what.
They
Thank
have
you.
to give you the cap rate or the value, and they have to
Sorry,
give you
my
the
baby.
information you need to find the net operating income. Because there's no standard numbers, right? Right? You could have a different capitalization rate than I do, than that investor over there, than that one over there. So there's no standard. So they've got to give you that information in the file. So the investor cares about net operating income, things like that. And the appraiser cares about it as well. We're going to talk a little bit more about investors when we talk about property management. And we're going to talk about working with those investors. And we're going to see the formula for net operating income again. And we're going to add on to it a little bit. If we're seeing the same formula twice, does that tell you something? Put it on a flashcard. Questions on how I got the 278? Can I erase?
Like you said, the 44 was divided by 16%.
Correct. 44,480 divided by 16% gives us our value of 278,000.
Yearly. The annual value.
That no value of what could you sell this property for?
Okay.
What's it worth? According to the appraiser.
And it's always just this is what you always use in the management, the maintenance, and the repair. That you always just use
Whatever operating expenses they give you.
whatever the operating.
Just remember, depreciation, debt service, and capital improvements are your distractors. They don't count for operating expenses.
You said depreciation, interest, and
Depreciation, debt service, and capital improvements. Okay.
Okay, debt service.
All right. It's break time. So when we come back, guess what? That means y'all get to do one. So let's take 10, regroup. And when we come back, we'll do some income capitalization approach math. Come back. Cameras are coming on. I'm going to take attendance. Why don't you guys tell me in a chat, A, B, C, or D? Now make sure you're reading very carefully. Look at your formula. About another minute and then we'll talk about it. So let's see what we got. I got an investor that requires a 12.5% cap rate. I got an apartment complex with an effective gross income of 155,500, 5% vacancy and collection losses, and annual operating expenses of 3,118. What is the value of the property to the investor rounded to the nearest thousand? So again, I saw the word rate of percent, and I may not know, where'd my mouse go? I may not know where to start, but I know when I see that word rate of percent, for the most part, most of the time, we can use a T-bar. The problem is asking me for the value. It's given me a 12.5% cap rate. So the only other missing piece for my T-bar is my net operating income. If I may make a recommendation, when you guys, both of your exams, you have to start with blank scratch paper. Everybody heard me, blank scratch paper. But as soon as you start your test, you can start doing stuff to your formula, to your blank paper. And one thing you may want to consider doing is spitting out all those formulas you have memorized. So my PGI minus vacancy and collection losses gives me my EGI minus my operating expenses gives me my net operating income. You know you're sitting in the parking lot memorizing that formula, right? So as soon as your test starts, you can utilize that scratch paper and put down your formulas. So when you do get to the math, you're not trying to recall those. Just a suggestion. So with that being said, if we look at the problem and we look at the formula, it doesn't start me with the PGI, does it? It starts me with the EGI. So I have an EGI of 750,500, which includes that vacancy and collection losses. This problem plops me in the middle. How did I know that? Because I know the formula. It didn't give me the PGI, did it? So I have nothing to deduct my vacancy and collection losses from. It's starting me with the EGI. So I have an EGI of 75,500. From that, I deduct my operating expenses of 318,000, and that gives me a net operating income of 437,500. That number wasn't coming out. Questions on that? Do we see that? Does everybody see that? Y'all want another minute? Oh, yeah. Guys, I could be really, really nice and make these so easy, but I'm not preparing you for the exam if I do that, am I? Preparing for the exam means we know the formulas, and that's what I'm trying to. And again, you guys, it comes with practice. I just asked you before class how many of you looked at Unit 17, and 2 of you told me, eh. So what that tells me is all of you just met this formula for the first time 10 minutes ago. Is that fair for you to be experts at it yet? Not yet, but you got to practice. You got to practice using this formula. So now I have a net operating income of 437.5. That is the missing information that I need for my T-bar. The back fourth line on the T-bar means divide. And when I take 437,500 divided by 12.5%, what is the value, the estimated value of this property? Well, this is a $3.5 million building, or D. You do have some extra practice in your book as well as you guys are flipping through. And I suggest, like, for example, on page 119, they look at the income capitalization approach. And honestly, when you see example 1, that's a trigger for you to pick up your pencil and do the problem. See it in your own style, see it in your own method. If you just read example 1, what's that mean to you? Absolutely nothing. We do math, we don't read math, right? So use that as practice. Questions?
So, Julie, so in the book, those are 3 different examples that can be possibly on the exams or.
I mean, you're not going to see them word for word, but yes, you will
Okay.
see a problem on income capitalization approach. So that's just extra practice for us.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I erase? Another investor tool, kind of solution to the income capitalization approach. When an investor, put your investor hat on just for a second. Y'all didn't know you had one of those either, did you? But if you put your investor hat on for just 1 second, we just said the income capitalization approach can help the investor determine the value. Same thing with the appraiser. This is only helpful, though, to the investor if they know those operating expenses, if they know how much rent is being collected. Sometimes when you go to buy an apartment building, you don't have that information. The owner doesn't have to release it. So now you're kind of guesstimating if this is a good investment property for you. So if the investor can't use the income capitalization approach, they may use a multiplier. And if they're looking at the gross rent multiplier, they're looking at monthly. The gross income multiplier is looking at yearly. Traditionally speaking, the gross rent is used for residential properties. The gross income is for commercial properties. So through the eyes of the investor, when you're trying to determine if this is a good investment, you're looking at either residential or commercial. And if you're looking at residential, you're going to look at monthly numbers. If you're looking at commercial, you're going to look at annual numbers. The gross rent multiplier kind of answers the question for the investor. How many months rent do I have to collect to get my money back? How many years rent do I have to collect to get my money back? How much do I have to collect to get my money back? And both formulas, the gross rent multiplier is going to look at the sales price divided by monthly rent to give us the number of months. The gross income takes the sales price and divide it by annual income to give us the number of years. This isn't the only tool that the investor uses, but it's a quick tool that they can use to see if it's worth their time, to see if it's worth their investment dollars. Again, everybody has a different rate of return. Some investors want this thing paid off fast, others want to stretch it out. They're all different. So the investor, again, just tools that they use. So the rent, residential, sales price divided by monthly rent. The income is the sales price divided by yearly income. So if we look at a few examples together, I can see the property sold for 800,000. It has an annual rent of 120,000. What is the gross rent multiplier? The gross rent multiplier deals in terms of monthly. So if I know I have annual rent, how do I make that annual rent monthly? I'm going to divide by 12. So if my annual rent is 120,000, I divide by 12, and that tells me that my monthly rent is 10,000. The problem tells me the sales price divided by my monthly rent tells me the number of months that I have to collect rent in order to get my money back. So month or sales price divided by monthly rent, because the problem's looking at the gross rent multiplier.
What did you call that for the investor? Their rate of return? What did you call?
It's like, it's looking at their rate of return. Like if I put this much in, how long before I get my money back? And in this case, how many months before I get my money back? The income, gross income, looks at annual. You see what they like to do to you guys? So I got a property sold for 200, monthly rent is 1,300. So how do I make that annual? Now we're going to multiply. Why don't you guys take a few seconds with this? Find annual rent, and then take your sales price and divide it by annual rent, annual income. I'll give you about a minute. No need to chat unless you just want to. So this problem is the gross income multiplier. Do we see the difference in the gross rent multiplier and the gross income multiplier? When you see rent, we're talking monthly. When you see income, we're talking annual. Can we see those differences? So now this one is referring to the income. So that tells me we're speaking annually. So I'm going to start with monthly rent and multiply that by 12 to get annual. So I have annual rent of 15,600. Then I got a sales price of 200,000 divided by my multiplier, or divided by my rent, excuse me, gives me a multiplier of 12.92. And again, what we're saying is, if this is how much rent I collect every year and I buy this property, it's going to take me 12.92 years to get my money back. Or 8.2, I think it is. So again, just another tool for the investor. And this is assuming I don't know what the operating expenses are. I don't know how much rent they collect. I don't know what their vacancy is. So how do I know if this is a good investment property for me? Let's bust out the gross rent multiplier or the gross income multiplier. Put your appraiser's hat back on. And the third approach that appraisers may take is the cost approach. So we looked at the sales comparison approach, resale single family and land. We looked at the income capitalization approach, properties that produce an income. And now we're looking at the cost approach, which is special use properties. We're trying to, or the appraiser is trying to put the value on the church or the school or the hospital, the government building, those that we just don't, the library, those that we just don't sell often enough. We don't have comps for churches. Also make a note for me. The cost approach is also best for residential new construction. New construction properties, the cost approach is best. So when we say the cost approach for special use properties, what I mean is if the appraiser is appraising a school or a church or a new construction property, the cost approach is the approach that they're going to put the most weight on. They're going to put most of their value because of the type of property. But because of how the cost approach works, the appraiser can always use the cost approach, no matter what type of property is. Is it an income producing? Is it a single family? Resale? They're just going to put the most weight on the approach for that type of property, but they can always use the cost approach. And here's why. Because the cost approach does two things. The first thing it does is it values the land as if it were vacant, pretending that the structure doesn't exist. So the appraiser will put a value on the land as if it were vacant. And then the appraiser is going to figure out what would it cost me to build the structure today. If I were to build this church, if I were to build this school or this new construction, what would it cost me to build? And because of how the cost approach is designed, the appraiser can always use the cost approach. In addition to, for example, the sales comparison approach, putting the most weight on the approach of the property that it is. So the cost to build the structure today as if it were new is where we're going to start. The appraiser may look at the replacement cost. If I were building this building today, modern building styles, modern building codes, supplies, using the replacement cost. They may also consider the reproduction cost. Reproduction cost would be what would it cost me to build this building exactly how it is. Think of like a historic building. We got to build it exactly like it is. We can't have variations. So once they have calculated what it costs them to build the building today, then they need to take into consideration the fact that it's not a brand new building. If it were being built today, it would have more value, but it's not being built today. So once we determine what it would cost to build the building new, then we have to deduct depreciation. How much loss in value has it suffered? There are several different things that affect depreciation. We will look at those in just a minute. But they're going to start with, what's it going to cost me to build today? But then the reality is we're not building it today. So we have to account for depreciation, which is the loss in value for any reason. Depreciation comes in a couple different forms. There's tax depreciation. How much depreciation has it suffered for taxation purposes? There's real depreciation, which is what you are actually going on. So the question is, which do we use? And the truth is the appraiser is going to use the actual depreciation or the real depreciation, not what is depreciating for taxation purposes, but how much has it actually lost. And the accountant can help us with depreciation. Determining and calculating depreciation is the accountant's job. The cost approach also, let me start over. The cost approach also looks at actual age versus effective age. The actual age is the real number. What is the age of the structure? The effective age looks at the updates, the upgrades that the structure has had over the years. Think about your cell phone number for a minute. Your actual age is how old you are right now. Your effective age takes into account any work we've had done. Have you had any Botox? Have you had things that make you look younger than your actual age? And that would be your effective age. Once you've had work, once you've had things done. So your actual age is your real number, your real age. The effective age is how old you actually look, considers the updates. So with the cost approach, there's a formula, no T-bar. What do we do with formulas? Just got to memorize them. Let's go ahead and jot this down. So this whole formula is based off of finding the value of the land and finding the current value of the structure. So let's start with the structure. We're going to use a cost. How much is it going to cost us to build this thing new? And one of the more common approaches is to figure out the number of square feet, times that by the cost per square foot. What was our previous example? $80 per square foot. If that's the cost per square foot that we arrived to, we take that $80 times the number of square feet, and that can tell us very roughly what would it cost me to build this building new today. Remember, cost per square foot looks at all the factors in building, your supplies, your labor, your overhead. So if every single square foot costs me $80, I take that 80 times the number of square feet, that tells us the cost to build it new. Deduct from that depreciation. How much is it depreciated over the years? Which is another formula that we'll see next. So I took the cost to build it new, I deducted the depreciation, and that tells me what the structure is worth today. Then we got to find out what the land is worth, the land as if it were vacant. Do it David Copperfield and pretend the structure doesn't exist. If this were vacant land, what would it cost today? Then I add the structure to the vacant land, and that gives the appraiser the value. With depreciation, everybody have this so far? Another multi-step problem. So to find depreciation, the common depreciation schedule uses a straight line depreciation. How much value have we lost? So we can take the cost to build it new and divide it by its useful life. How many years do we think this building will have value? The accountant can determine the useful life. So we take the cost to build it new, divide it by the useful life, and then multiply that by however many the effective age. That takes into account the repairs, the updates, renovations, the work that we did on the building to make it look younger than what it is. The Botox, if you will. And that gives us the depreciation. So what straight line depreciation looks like, let's just say here, what straight line depreciation looks like. Let's say, for example, we determined the cost to build this building new was a $2.5 million building. And the accountant somewhere along the lines has figured out this has a useful life of 30 years, which means it's going to add value for 30 years. And I'm not telling you it's going to fall down on year 31. But what we're saying is after 30 years, it doesn't have the value. We've used up that value. So we take the 2.5 and divide it by 30. And straight line depreciation says it's going to lose $83,330 every year. It's going to depreciate by $83,330 every year. Year one, it's going to lose that amount. Year two, year three. So instead of depreciating it over one big picture, they're going to depreciate a little bit each year. So we have straight line depreciation. We know we're losing $83,330 every year. And let's say with its effective age, it is 5 years into it. So the question is, how much depreciation have we suffered so far? If we take our 83,330 times 5 years, I get a depreciated amount. Total amount of depreciation loss is $416,665. So far in its 5 years, this is how much it has depreciated. This is how much it has lost. So again, these are going to be multi-step. We're first going to have to find depreciation. We use that to determine the cost of the structure, add the value of the land, and that gives us the value of the property. Questions so far? So again, we got one we're going to work together. And then I'll let you guys try some. You got examples in your book. And you have, of course, the online learning system. So based on the formulas that we have, let's see what we got. I got a building has an estimated replacement cost of $150 per square foot. The building has 3,000 square feet. Land is estimated at 400,000. Site improvements, think sidewalks, plumbing, electricity, street lighting, are valued at 120,000. The building has an effective age of 10 years and a useful life of 40. Using the cost approach, what would the appraiser determine the value of this property? So again, when we see this problem, something you might want to do is say cost minus depreciation, I think that's right, pretend like it is, plus land is going to give us my value, going to give us our answer. So if you want to spit those formulas out as soon as you start your exam, when you do get to the math, you'll have them in front of you. So the first thing we're going to do is figure out the cost. And I use the cost by looking at the square feet, cost per square feet, and the total number of square feet. So I got $150 per square foot, and I have a total of 3,000 square feet. So if I take my 3,000 square feet and multiply it by $150, 3,000 times 150 gives me $450,000. And that is my cost. If I were to build this building new today at $150 per square foot, I got 3,000 square feet. So if I'm building today, how much is it costing me to build right now? $450,000. Questions so far?
I'm
So I have
confused
the
about
cost.
how.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, yeah, I'm confused. You just said that I'm looking at the cost depreciation plus land value, and then you just made an example of this over here in the corner. I'm confused how what's the same? Is the 450,000 the cost?
This is my cost. So my cost of 450,000 tells me if I were building this today, I got 150 square feet and I got 3,000 square feet. So 3,000 times 150 gives me a cost of 450,000. I want to build this building right now. I got to have $450,000. The cost approach takes into consider depreciation because the truth is we're not building this building today. The truth is this building exists. So now that we figured out what it cost me to build today, now we need to deduct for depreciation. So for depreciation, we take the cost. What would it cost me to build it today? We've already determined 450,000. And from that, I'm going to divide it by my useful life. How many years will this building add value? And in this case, it's 40 years. So 450,000 divided by 40 gives me a depreciation, an annual depreciation of $11,250. Every single year, this building is going to depreciate by $11,250. And it's going to lose that amount every year for its first 40 years, its useful life of 40 years. This building is 10 years into it. Its effective age is 10 years. So if my annual depreciation is 11,250, I know it's 10 years into it. So how much have we lost so far? What's our depreciation the first 10 years? I take 11,250 times it by 10, and that gives me my depreciation. And from my cost, I'm going to deduct depreciation And I'm gonna get 450 minus 112,500. And that's gonna give me a cost of the structure, taking into account depreciation, of $337,500. Cost me $450,000 to build it today. The truth is it's 10 years old. It has suffered 10 years of depreciation. So taking that into consideration, what is it worth today? Just the structure is $337,500. Since we're putting value on the whole property, includes the structure and the land. So I got the structure. Now we need to figure out what is the land worth. Back to the problem. The land is estimated at 400,000 and it's got site improvements of 120. So when I add those up, I get probably 520,000 for the land. And back to our formula, we're going to add the land to the structure. Add the land to the structure. And when I add the structure plus the land, the appraiser has a cost for the building using the cost approach of $857,500. What's it cost us to build the structure? What is the land cost? And when we add all that up, we get the cost approach to value. That's my land. The appraiser would put an amount of $857,500 using the cost approach to value. Questions? It's all about the formulas. That's right. So the land is the vacant land itself plus the site improvements. So things like driveways, parking lots, electricity, plumbing, things that improve the land.
So Julie, these are three different for this specific problem. These are three different, like, I guess the answers, or these are each part of the for the problem. That's
They're
what
multi-step, yeah, because
Melody says.
I
Okay.
start with my basic formula, right? My basic
Okay.
formula is cost, depreciation, and land. So in order to solve the basic formula, I may have to step off to the side and find cost, find depreciation, and find land. Can I erase? Questions? You have the formulas written down in front of you? So the last time we have to touch the calculator today before our last break, tell me in a chat, A, B, C, or D, and we'll talk about it. Another minute and then we'll talk about it. Let's see what we got. I got an appraiser using the cost approach. They're trying to value a 3,500 square foot building. The cost to build new is $150 per square foot. The building is 25 years old, but it has a useful life of 75 years and effective age of 10 years. The value of the land is 75 without accounting for the 15,000 in any upgrades or site repairs. What is the value of the property? Rounded to the nearest. So again, you know, especially with these formula problems, I'm dealing with cost minus depreciation. Pretend that's spelled right if it's not. And then we're going to add land, and that's what we're going to use to find the value. So now we kind of start going the problem, see what I have, see what I need to find that value. So the first thing I need to find the value is cost, as if I were building it new today. So I take, let's see, I got 3,500 square feet, and every single square foot costs $150. So if I were building it new today, 3,500 times 150 tells me the cost would be $525,000. I woke up and said, hey, I think I'm going to build a building. What's it going to cost me to build today? And it's going to build me 500, or it's going to cost me $525,000 to build it new today. The truth is, this isn't a brand new building, is it? So we got to figure how much has it lost? How much is it depreciated since it was built? So now we go to our formula on depreciation. Depreciation starts with looking at the cost, and then we're going to divide it by its useful life. And it has been determined that this building has a useful life of 75 years, which means it's going to suffer $7,000 of depreciation a year. How much does it lose every single year? It loses $7,000 for the next 75 years. So now my $7,000, I have the actual age of 25 years, but this building's had some Botox, right? So what we want to look at is after the work has been done, after the renovations and the repairs and the updates. So the actual age of the building is your distractor. What we want is the effective age. So every year it loses $7,000. Effectively, it's 10 years old. So when I take 7,000 times 10, I see that it has lost $7,000. Nope, $70,000 in depreciation. How much has it lost so far in its 10 effective years? It has lost $70,000. And then the third piece is the land. So I know The value of the land is 75,000. We've had some site improvements. So 75,000 plus the 15. It's going to give me land of 90,000, which we add. So I have the cost to build it new minus the depreciation, add the land, and what we are left with is a cost to build, or the cost approach to value of $545,000. The appraiser would put a cost approach to value on this building of $545,000. What we build it new minus depreciation plus the land. So the appraiser would value this building at $545,000. Questions? Can I erase? Let's take 10. No more math today, guys. Let's take 10. We come back, we're going to finish up Unit 7. We are back. Cameras are on. I'm going to take attendance. Oh, Ebony, you are in. Let's do that again to make sure. So when you ask the appraiser, when the lender orders the appraiser or originating a loan and they ask the appraiser to go out and offer their opinion, again, they're just not shooting from the hip. They're doing some research. They're doing some studies. They're determining the opinion based on the three approaches. And they're going to use as many of the three as they can. They can always use the cost approach to put value on the land and the structure. If it is a resale single family, they will put the most weight on the sales comparison approach. Land, the most weight is on the sales comparison approach. The cost approach is best for special use properties. And then the income capitalization approach is the best for properties that produce an income. If you collect rent, you've produced an income. And what the appraiser does, once they study, I mean, they've studied this subject property. And once they've studied that subject property and they use the 1, 2, 3 approaches that they can, their final reconciliation is their opinion. Their final reconciliation is putting all the information together, and what they have is their opinion of market value. Based on my studies, based on my research, I believe that this is what a buyer will pay for the property. Is there a guarantee that that's what a buyer is going to pay for it? No, because it's one person's opinion, but it's hopefully close. It's hopefully a rough estimate. And more importantly, back to us a little bit, it helps the lender decide how to issue the loan. Do I issue it on the appraisal or on the sales price? And the answer to that is whichever one is less. So they will require the appraisal. They do want that one opinion, so they know how to originate the loan. So the one of the three approaches, the appraiser doesn't have to use all three. It's going to be rare that they can use all three, but they're going to use as many as they can so they can arrive at their opinion of market value. We talked about depreciation. We've talked about several things of depreciation. And now we're going to talk specifically about what causes things to lose value. Remember, depreciation is the loss of value. So, age, wear and tear, right? Those kinds of things. But other than that, other things that could cause depreciation, cause a structure to lose value. One of those things might be functional obsolescence. A functional obsolescence is a poor design or an outdated design. Structures update, structures change. The houses we're building today look nothing like what we were building 20 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. And sometimes builders have to try things that fail, right? Sometimes designs don't last. So functional obsolescence is dealing with poor designs or outdated designs. You may find an older home that only has one bathroom. Hopefully it's not an outhouse, but it may have one bathroom. Houses built 100 years ago could be a 4 or 5 bedroom home, but they only have one bathroom. That's an outdated feature. That would be an example of a incurable functional obsolescence. It may not be physically or feasibly economically to add a bathroom. That's a simple solution, right? Just build a bathroom, another bathroom at the back of the house. But it may not be economically feasible. You may not get your money back if you do that. So the example of a 1 bathroom home might be an incurable functional obsoletes. Another thing that could be a functional obsolete is curable. In other words, it can be fixed, it can be cured. And it's shocking to me how much this looks like the kitchen of my first apartment when I moved to High Point. You see that pretty avocado green? Isn't that beautiful? My whole entire kitchen, the refrigerator, the appliances, it was pretty. We're not using that color today, are we? Harvest orange, harvest gold. We're not using those colors of the 70s anymore. Whew, thank goodness. That could be an example of a curable functional obsolescence. What's it take to paint kitchen cabinets? What's it take to get new updated appliances when you need them anyway? So there's curable versus incurable. You know, another example of functional obsolescence could be homes that don't have, older homes that don't have central AC. Maybe you want central AC. Is it curable or incurable? Well, that could be the opinion of the person that wants a central AC. Can you afford it or can you not? But that is an outdated design to not have that central AC. So functional obsolescence is an outdated feature, an outdated design. Another thing that can affect depreciation is an economic obsolescence. These are always incurable. The economic obsolescences are outside factors. Nothing you can do about your surrounding areas. So if your home is near a landfill, that could have it lose value. What if the property is near power poles? That's an economic obsolescence. There's nothing you can do about that. Does that affect the value of the property? Sure. It could make the properties away from the landfill seem a little bit more desirable. My Winston people, many towns have this, my Winston people. You know, Village Tavern on Haynesmall Boulevard. And that road that runs behind Village Tavern is Griffith Road. And if you go out Griffith Road and keep going, keep going, keep going, and eventually it dead ends at Clemensville Road. My Winston-Salem people will tell you that the intersection of Griffith Road and Clemensville Road is a sewage treatment plant. There are residential neighborhoods around that area. And let me tell you some, on a hot summer day, it does not smell good out there. That is an economic obsolescence. That is something that affects the value just because of its surrounding environment. The other thing that could affect depreciation are physical deteriorations. And again, we have curable and not and incurable. And a physical deterioration is just normal wear and tear. Every once in a while, you got to slap a new coat of paint on it, right? This would be curable physical deteriorations. New coat of paint, just part of the cost of owning a home. You know, every once in a while, you're going to have to do this maintenance. If not, you could lose value. So curable physical deterioration. And then there could also be incurable physical deteriorations. Now I'm going to qualify this by saying that I'm not a structural engineer, so I cannot say for sure that there are structural problems with this home. But if you were my buyer, I would highly recommend. Did y'all's little red flag just go up when you saw this thing? I would highly recommend that you talk to a structural engineer. And guys, let me tell you something. Structural issues aren't cheap. So it might be that their structural issues are incurable. It's not feasible to spend the money and expect to get your money back. So various things that can affect depreciation. Again, the appraiser is tasked with taking all of this in, everything, big picture kind of stuff here, right? Questions on depreciation? Thank you. So let's wrap this up. How do we calculate the capitalization rate? We know we can use a T-bar. Net operating income is part of value with our capitalization rate going in the bottom right. The problem will either ask you for value or it might ask you for the cap rate, give you one or the other, and then give you what you need to find the net operating income. And I do encourage you to put those formulas that we learned today on a flashcard and to practice. You guys can shake your heads, yes or no. Is an appraiser required to use all three valuation approaches? No, they're going to use as many as they can. If the property doesn't produce an income, we're not collecting rent, we can't use the income capitalization approach. And then the net operating income, if we know the total anticipated revenue, then we can find that net operating income. Again, maybe investors know this when they're deciding to buy, maybe they don't. Some owners are more forthcoming with the information than others. The bottom line for the investors is this a good investment for me? So looking at their estimated net operating income, looking at that gross rent multiplier or that gross income multiplier. And there are other tools the investor can use. If you plan on being an investor, maybe you already are, but if you plan on being an investor, or if you're going to work with an investor as their broker, then you're going to need to learn more about the investor's game so you can best help your client. We're going to bring in accountants now. We got to bring in people to help them manage their money. Remember to stay in your lane. So let's wrap this up. Let's see. What are some things we said that do not count as operating expenses when we're looking at the income capitalization approach? The formula to solve for net operating income.
Debt service.
Mm-hmm. Debt service. What else would not be considered operating expenses?
Interest.
Your debt service, your principal and interest.
Depreciation.
Depreciation. And there was one more thing that doesn't count for operating
Capitalization rate.
There it is, your capital improvements. We were close. Your capital improvement. Yep. Capital improvement, you guys, is an improvement on the property that adds value. Painting a room does not add value. Adding a room to the back of the house, that adds value. So capital improvements, debt service, and depreciation do not count as operating expenses. And then what are a couple examples of some bad comps? What would make it a bad comp?
A lot of changes.
A lot of changes. So you're making a lot of adjustments to the comps. Good, Sherry.
Maybe the location, like depending on the street, like the
If
area,
they're far
like
away from each other, one side of town to the other, or even a different town, that would not be a good comp. Yeah, not even the same type. Can you compare a condo to a two-story brick home? That's not really the same type of property, is it? What about a one-story ranch to a I don't know, a townhouse, right? So we're looking at similar properties. What about something that closed 3 years ago? Would that be a good comp? Not even. Has the cost of McDonald's gone up in 3 years? Yep. So guess what the cost of houses have done, right? They've gone up as well. So we want similar properties nearby that recently sold. Recently sold, similar properties nearby. And that's our appraisal unit. What questions do I have? Yeah, Ebony.
Does the depreciation like, okay, like, when, like they say when you drive off the lot with a car, same thing like moving in with, is there a word or anything particularly for that? Like
You
the
exactly said
depreciation
it.
drops.
So a new roof has more value than a 20-year roof. Yes.
Hmm.
But even as that roof ages, it loses value. So even a year-old roof doesn't have the value as what it did when you first put it on a year ago. Because like you just said, we've all heard that if you buy a brand new car, the moment you drive it off the lot, you've started losing value. So that brand new roof is going to start losing value the first time it sees a storm or the sun, right? It happens over a long period of time. And you're right. As a broker, I'd rather advertise a newer roof than a 30-year roof, right? Because of the value that it indicates. Absolutely.
That also goes with like new construction homes and okay. Just
As soon as you drive it off the lot, it starts to lose value. Yep.
How does
So
things
when you,
go?
yeah,
How do things go when we have, like, say, we have a fixer-upper? It is garbage, and they want us to sell it. Do we try to advertise more for the land of it? Would that be a better way to go about it if the house is
could
like
be.
that?
Could be. If you don't have anything positive to say about the home,
Yeah.
then you may
Yeah.
want to focus on the land.
All
And
right.
we're going to put the most weight on the land because that's the better piece of it.
So
If the
sell it.
structure looks like it's getting
Okay.
ready to fall down in the next thunderstorm, then we're not going to have as much value in that.
So it's not puffing as much, but it's really just like sprucing it up and making it sound, just selling, just being
I'm
a
just selling
seller.
the land,
Yeah, just
selling
selling,
the
just sell
structure.
it.
Yep. It's not uncommon to see vacant land for sale, and it's got a structure on it. But guess what? If it's vacant land with a structure, that means that structure is not worth nothing. You don't need much more than a mallet and a truck to get it down, right? That's not worth anything. That's not what I'm selling. I'm selling the land. Yeah, Ebony, is that a new?
Sorry, my baby trying to sing in the background. Um, I also just for okay, like where around the corner from where I like live at and whatnot, it's a lot of older houses and whatnot. Like they have houses since I've been living here, which is about 7 years now, and they still have them. Like I guess the realty companies and whatnot. Like, what would be the reason for them not to, I guess, sell it yet? Like, cause the houses can be fixer uppers and whatnot, but it's like literally like five different houses, and they're still with the for sale sign, or so.
They haven't. Every house has a buyer. It's just a matter of finding that sweet spot.
Cause
So
it's one
whatever
with
the
like
price
trees
is,
are
they
all
don't have
around
a
it,
buyer.
like poison ivy, and like it looks
Whatever the
creepy.
price is, they don't have a buyer for it. And it's a matter sometimes of adjusting the price to
Okay.
find the buyer.
Okay.
So in unit 7, in
Okay,
your learn
so
to
wait. I'm sorry, I don't want to get off of it before. Okay, so like, have you ever been like just driving down the street and you see like like you don't see no signs for sale or nothing, but it's like how Emily was saying, like it'd be a shack just sitting over there looking crazy on the side of the road, and it's just land. Like, how do I find out about those kind of situations?
GIS,
Okay, all right.
that county,
Okay,
GIS. And you
okay,
can find out who the owner is and you can reach out to the owner and say, can I buy your land?
all right, thanks.
So in unit 7 in Learn Test Pass, we have a sample appraisal. And I don't expect you guys to go through it, but it's here if you'd like. And now that we know what we know, we can look at our sample appraisal. Let me make it a little bit big so we can see it here. This appraiser, first off, used a sales comparison approach. How do I know that? Because they studied the subject and then they found 3 good comps. And they made the adjustments to those comps. I mean, look at this one. There's a whole lot of adjustments, isn't this? If this is the best comp that they had, then that's what we got. But if I were this appraiser, I would see if there were a better comp. Does that make sense? Sometimes you got what you got. I can't make the numbers. I can't make it come up. So sometimes you do have a lot of adjustments because these are in fact the best comps. So we got our subject property and our comps. The appraiser then has adjusted the sales price of the comp. So based on the adjustments, this is how the comps relate to the subject property. I'll come back to that in a second. Over on page 2, we have the cost approach. So they were able to put value on the land, value on the structure, and then add the two together for an indicated value using the cost approach. Right underneath that is the income capitalization approach, but it's blank. So what does that tell us? It doesn't produce an income. If it doesn't produce an income, then we can't use. So when we say they're going to use as many of the 3 as they can. And as you can see, this thing is also like 27 pages. But all of this to show the appraiser's final reconciliation. And right there at the bottom of page 1 is what this is all about. What does the lender care about? As of June 16 or June 14, 2019, the indicated value of this property per the appraiser is $535,000. So they use the sales comparison approach, they use the cost approach, and then they offered their opinion. Please hear that word. There's no fine science. It's one person's opinion. You go out there and find 25 comps. Couldn't I have comps and you have different comps? And that's why we have different opinions. And that's why the appraiser has different opinions.
I got some. Okay, so I believe that this is the golden rule. It's whatever. So say, I just want to double check. So say it's listed as a 2-bedroom house and but it's actually a 3-bedroom because it's not but they didn't put it in they didn't go downtown and put it in because it's not on paper as a 3-bedroom, it will still be considered a 2-bedroom. Is that correct? And they would have to.
So remember, I can advertise, I can sell on permitted space. I just have to disclose that 3rd bedroom wasn't permitted. That's why it's not showing up at the tax record, because it wasn't permitted. So can I advertise a 3-bedroom house? Sure. I just have to say that 3rd bedroom was unpermitted.
And I say that in the advertisement, 2-bedroom.
Or over the phone or email or text, whatever. The delivery doesn't matter.
Long as I disclose at some point in time to someone.
Exactly.
But that's when you say it's like a bonus room, right?
So you could do a 2-bedroom with a bonus room, or you could do.
So thanks, Larry.
You gotta
That's what I
look
was
at the
wondering.
septic permit as well, the on-site septic permit. So if the on-site septic permit says 2 bedrooms, even if it's got 5, all I can advertise is 2.
So that really sucks when it comes down to the appraisal part, ultimately, because when they appraise it, they're only going to appraise that 2-bedroom, not that 5. You know what I mean? They'll just be like, oh, it's an office and a this, that, and the third, but it won't be actually on the appraisal.
Well, it depends on the appraiser. It depends on the appraiser, how they view that, how they see that. They can put value on permitted space.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Actually, guys, Unit 7. Anybody ready to set? I don't know. I always find this stuff really interesting. And I wonder if this isn't my next career route. I just need to find me an appraiser that would let me shadow for a couple years. But I find this stuff very, very interesting. You may as well. Maybe you do. Absolutely not. I got to get you through the tests. So remember, we got to get you through the test. And then we need a basic understanding, because aren't we working with the buyers that have to order the appraiser to get the loan, right? So it's all part of that big picture of understanding the process. If this is something of interest to you, if this is something you'd like to learn more about, I suggest you get your real estate license first and then see about appraisal school, one thing at a time. Fair enough?
Fair enough. And if we do it, you can't be like, even if you do have your appraiser license and you're and you're a broker and you're sitting there and you're discussing it with the family, you still can't say, well, I value this house at this. You still have to say provisional because you're not, that cap isn't on. Correct.
One hat per transaction is the good rule of thumb.
All right.
One hat. So you decide going in this which hat you want to wear. And that's a good rule of thumb.
Can you get in trouble if you go, well, I can do it for you?
With both of your licensing board because you stepped out of your lane. Both licensing boards are going to tell you this is your lane. So you decide which lane you want to drive in. It's a solid white line, right? Or two double yellow lines. It's solid,
No, I
whatever.
wouldn't do it. I was just wondering, just in case somebody was, this is on YouTube, so just in case.
No, don't look at YouTube trying to get your state exam, please. There, we know how the internet works, right? There's all sorts of stuff out there. Focus. Okay. Couple things. We're gonna get started in Unit 8 in just 1 second, but I do have a few things. First off, everybody, no class on Thursday. Don't try to come on Thursday. I won't be here. Lane won't be here. Guys, this isn't spring break. Whoop, whoop. This is like spring break. Let's use this opportunity to get yourself caught up. Many of you still have a midterm to do. Who can tell me when the midterm is due?
Immediately. Because I haven't started.
Now you got time. When's it due? When's the
We have
deadline?
1 week.
The 28th.
Which is that Friday?
Yeah.
Yes. So the 28th at 11:55 if the midterm's not done by Friday night at 11:55, what's that mean? Yeah, you guys are waving at me. Failure to attempt the midterm means you're not eligible for the end of class exam. So please don't forget to do that midterm. And I will say that the couple of you that have done it so far, good job. You guys have done really well with it so far. So good for you. Good for you. The rest of you, please, please, please remember to do the midterm Friday night. No class on Thursday. So we won't see each other again until Tuesday, which is good. The other thing, it's good because it gives us, not that we're not going to miss each other.
But you're still available.
It just gives you an opportunity to get caught up.
You're
Huh?
still available for help and everything like that, even though we won't have class.
Absolutely. I'm always available for help.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to share with you guys, there's a couple extra resources. And like we said, you guys, okay, shoot me an email, please. If you didn't get my email, you need to reach out to me because for whatever reason, I don't have the right email address. So shoot me an email after class. Shoot me an email after class and I will respond. And you may want to get with Lane to get your email address right because I have what she has on her roster. So if you didn't get the email from me, I need you to email me after class. Everybody good? Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. Some of you might be looking for some additional study sources. And y'all, I caution you from going to Google. There's all sorts of information out there, but I can't validate the internet. So if some of you are looking for additional study sources, one you may want to consider is a website called ExamSmart. So they offer additional test questions. They kind of break it down. I think there's tutorials and videos. Yes, there is a cost. I do not know what the cost is. But I would suggest something over ExamSmart than you going out and finding your own. And let me say this. Don't even think about ExamSmart if you haven't done Learn Test Pass. You guys have already paid for Learn Test Pass. So utilize it first before you start looking at supplemental or additional information. But this is just one. I know Quizlet is another one. But guys, you've already paid for Learn Test Pass. And remember, who's giving you your end of class exam? Learn Test Pass. So doing those test questions in Learn Test Pass, it's the same author. that's writing the questions for your end of class exam. So please make sure you're going through those, doing those test questions. Exam Smart is an option. If you've been through the book and you've been through Learn, Test, Pass, consider looking into Exam Smart. The other resource I have for you guys is once you've passed my class and now you're getting ready for the state exam. So make you a note for future you. Once you pass my class and you're getting ready for the exam, Kimco is a company that offers a cram course for your state exam, and cbrokerexam.com. Kim Stotesbury is the founder of Kimco. And again, she offers a cram course specifically designed to help you pass a state exam. So again, just some resources to consider, but we're not dealing with Kimco until after you pass my class, one thing at a time. And there's a cost. I can't tell you the cost, but just another option. Some of you are looking for resources. Yeah, Ebony.
But Learn Test Pass does have a lot of good information, like the sheets. Like I had to get some more printing paper because I'm printing out so much stuff and information. So it really helps us. Like I think it's really good. So
Agree.
that's
Agreed. And
really a
some of
good
you are up to
resource.
date. Some of you are with Learn, Test, Pass. Some of you haven't done as much with it. So I encourage you to utilize that one first. You already spent your money, right? You've already opened your wallet once. So don't open your wallet again unless you've been through it. The other quick reminder that I have, again, just a reminder, remember we have in our tentative schedule, we have a new time for the cram course. So your cram course is the same date, April 12th, but the time has changed from 9 to 1. So don't forget that. As we get to April 11th, then Lane will send you Jane's Zoom link so you can access the cram course on that Saturday morning. Questions?
So on that schedule, on the 15th, I think it's that Tuesday. We have that Tuesday until that Wednesday to complete your exam.
End of class exam. Yep, you have a 2-day window. You got to complete the
And-
exam at some point in that 2 days.
Going based off of that other piece of paper, your end of course exam is about 140 questions. Is that what it equals out to be?
Yep.
And what is the time limit on that?
4.5 hours.
Oh,
Just like your state exam.
okay.
We're
That
trying
okay.
really, really hard to mimic your state exam to prepare you for
Yeah,
that state exam. Yep.
because 2 hours on the other midterm thing almost felt like not enough.
But you had only 60 questions. You didn't have that 140 questions. So
Right,
you didn't have
right,
as much.
right.
Yep. All right, you guys. We've created agency. We got your buyer financed. We determined value. So now in Unit 8, we're going to put buyer and seller under contract. Let's go under contract. What do we think? Unit 8 is going to start with basic contract law, like nothing to do with real estate. Basic contract law. Law students, Law School 101 spends time in basic contract law. Now remember, you and I are not attorneys. I can't act like an attorney. But the truth is you and I deal with legally binding contracts on a regular basis. So we need to know how these things work. We need to know the ins and outs of them. Once we introduce you to some basic contract law, then the second module, we'll see, we'll see next week. And we're going to get specific to our real estate contracts, that agreement, that legally binding agreement between the buyer and the seller. So before we do that, Law School 101, basic contract law. And the key here is understanding the vocabulary, understanding the concepts and the terms around basic contract law. We're going to talk about something called mutual assent, the meeting of the minds, the parties coming together and agreeing whether or not to enter into a contract or not. We're going to talk about the essential elements of a legal valid contract. Like if we go stand in front of a judge and say, is this contract valid? The judge is looking for those essential elements to determine the validity of it. And then we're going to talk about something called the North Carolina Statute of Frauds and what that means for contracts. So the very basis of this, where this starts, is just understanding the basic vocabulary around contract law. And the first two words we've seen a couple times already: express versus implied. An express agreement is one that has been agreed to. Maybe that agreement is in writing. Maybe that agreement is orally, but it's expressed because the terms have been clearly stated and the terms have been agreed to. And compare that to implied, it's based on the parties' actions. We didn't have the conversation, we just started acting like we were under contract. In real estate, all of our legally binding contracts are express and in writing. You can't buy a house on a handshake. You can't buy a house based on somebody's actions. We need an express agreement. Contracts can be either bilateral or unilateral. In contract speak, the word lateral means side. How many sides have to perform? Most of what we deal with is a bilateral contract, which means both sides, both parties to the contract have to do something. And the contract will spell out, for example, what is the seller's responsibilities and obligations? What are the buyer's responsibilities and obligations? And if the parties don't do what they agree to in a bilateral contract, then they might be in breach. They've broken the promise. Unilateral then means just one side has to perform. A party makes an offer, but I only have to perform if the other party acts. So if I put an ad out that says $2,000 reward, does that mean I'm giving everybody $2,000 that calls this number? Nah, I'm just giving the one that calls the number with my little doggy. That's the one that responds. That's the one that's going to get the reward. No, not mine, but isn't he cute? In real estate, we actually have an example of a unilateral contract. So next week, when we really start getting into Unit 8, we're going to look at our one example of unilateral contract and talk about how that looks in our real estate transaction. So bilateral versus unilateral just tells us how many sides have to perform. Hopefully, contracts are valid. A valid contract is one that is legally enforceable in a court of law. So if there's questions about the validity of the contract, who gets to determine the validity?
Judge.
The judge. Do you and I get to determine the validity? No, that's up to the judge. So a valid contract is one that is legally enforceable by a court of law. And if we take this contract to the judge and say, is this thing valid? What the judge is going to look for are the essential elements. We might get to essential elements today, probably not. So we have that to look forward to next week. And once the judge has determined that all the essential elements are present, that the contract is valid, that valid contract is binding on all parties. Again, in real estate, the parties being the buyer and the seller. So if the contract is valid, it has all the essential elements, then it's binding on both parties. Contracts are going to spell out what happens if somebody doesn't do what they've promised to do. Contracts will spell out remedies in the event of one party's breach. So in our sales contract, it'll spell out what happens if the buyer doesn't do what they promised to do. What happens if the seller doesn't do. That's what we mean by binding. If you don't do what you're promised, you're in breach. And if you're a breach of contract, you're going to suffer those consequences as spelled out in the contract. The validity of the contract has everything to do with the document itself. So we go to a judge, sees this thing valid, and the judge is looking at the document. They're looking at the contract. There may be cases where one of the parties can make this legally binding contract, this valid contract. They might be able to make the contract voidable. A voidable contract is one that starts valid, but it becomes voidable by one of the parties. Write that down. Voidable by how many parties? Just one. Both parties don't have the right to make it voidable. A voidable contract can be made voidable by one of the parties. One party could go to a judge and say, you can't expect me to carry through with the terms of the contract. And if the judge agrees, they can make the contract voidable. So what are some examples of that one party that can make it voidable? Well, if you enter into a legally binding contract with a minor, the minor can't be forced to carry through with the terms of the contract. And if the minor takes the contract to the judge, then the judge may make the contract voidable. If the adult takes the contract to the judge and says, man, I entered into a contract with a 17-year-old. Can you do something about this? The judge is going to say, you're an adult. You should have known better. You shouldn't have entered into a contract with a minor. So it's only the minor being the one party that could make it voidable. Somebody declared mentally incompetent in fact may make the contract voidable. If it can be proven that somebody was intoxicated when they entered into the contract, they may be able, and I got to prove it, but they may be able to make the contract voidable. Y'all be careful about doing business with people, especially after dinner. After dinner cocktails are a very real thing. So just make sure. And if your buyers or sellers are acting like they've had a few after dinner cocktails, suggest consider calling them tomorrow, because we don't want them to have an out because they entered into the contract intoxicated. Damage to the property by one party may make it voidable. Breach, a mutual mistake, we both were in error, may make the contract voidable. And then fraud, duress, or undue influence, we're going to talk about each of those next week. But are you guys hearing me? I'm telling you, it may make it voidable. because I can't make that call because I'm not the judge. So I don't know what the judge is going to say. But what I do know is the valid contract can become voidable by how many parties? One of the parties. So that non-breaching party may be able to terminate, they may be able to disaffirm, there may be consequences for the breaching party. There's a whole lot of what ifs. Rest assured, when we get into our sales contract next week, then we will, our sales contract is good. I'm a big fan of our sales contract because it covers a lot of the what ifs. And if you come across a situation not covered in our, by the way, 17-page offer to purchase and contract, that's for the judge to decide. Y'all knew that about real estate coming into it, that we love our paperwork. Goodness, do we love our paperwork in this industry.
And so
If-
we're going to be made to remember these contracts for the test.
So we need to understand who could make the contract voidable. What could make the contract
Yeah.
voidable?
I'm asking like on our test, like on our exams.
Just our one sales contract.
Okay. Okay. Well, the answer is always going to be the judge, so that's going to be a pretty quick answer, right?
Who makes it voidable, right? One more thing. Remember those essential elements? If we have all these essential elements, we have a valid contract. If any of those essential elements are missing, if we don't have the essential elements, the judge will probably rule the contract void. A void contract is one that is missing all or some of those essential elements. So some examples, a contract for an illegal purpose. In real estate, that could be a contract with discriminatory practices. That may make the contract void. Somebody been declared legally incompetent by a court of law. And we'll talk a little bit more about all that. But what I need you guys to know going into the week is that a void contract is one that is missing all or some of the essential elements. So for the judge, the difference in valid or void is whether or not we have those essential elements. So I'm going to call it here. We will pick up here next Tuesday. So first off, thumbs up. We're not coming to class on Thursday. Everybody hear me? I mean, you can try, but I'm not going to be here to let you in. Elaine's going to be with me, so she's not going to be here to let you in either, right? So we get a week, you guys, and I encourage you to take the week to get caught up as we keep moving forward. That April date, actually, the next time we see each other is going to be April, isn't it? So that April date is getting a little closer and a little closer. If you didn't get the email with the midterm, reach out to me this afternoon. I will send it to you. And you want to reach out to Lane too and make sure she has your right email address so she can process you at the end of the class. I'm still around to answer questions. Always am around to answer questions. Let me know if I can help. But y'all have a great week. And we'll see you next Tuesday.
All right, guys. Y'all enjoy your week. Yeah. And Miss Julie.
Yes.